Hello and welcome to the Bowls New Zealand YouTube coverage of the Somerset Champion of Champions Fours held here at the Palace, underneath the Palace here at Royal Oak Bowls. My name is Alex Reid and I'm joined in commentary today by Dave Edwards. And before I ask him a question, we'll just run you through who we're watching today. We're watching George Amos, Mike Ineson, Graham Thompson and Dave Clark from the Invercargill Bowling Club take on Malcolm Trowell, Steve Goldsbury, Arthur Hawes and Peter Clay from the Gisborne Bowling Club. Now Dave, I said at the beginning we're here at the Palace underneath cover on a carpet. What sort of impact does that make on the way a fours game might be played?
Well, look, I think that the big thing about nice to hear your smiling voice, by the way, Alex, and good to be on board again. I think the big thing about one of the things that you've got to take into it, that carpets obviously these days are so much better than they were, and so the carpets are obviously of a very good quality, and you can play a genuine game of bowls on them, no problems whatsoever. But what can happen is temperature fluctuations. If the temperature radically changes, that's when you sometimes get some changes in the speed of a green in undercover indoor situations. So the players would probably be the only ones that could tell you if they notice a speed change. But apart from that, it's business as usual. It's just another game of bowls on another surface, and you just get down to business and draw the shots.
Fair enough too. And we can see, of course, it is a game of fours, so we have to pay a bit of attention. There are blue stickers and red stickers. Now the blue stickers, if you look at your scoreboard at the top left of the screen, are on the Gisborne team's bowls, and the red stickers are on the Invercargill team's bowls.
Obviously
just there.
Feeling their way at the moment, both of these teams. This is where trial ends are so vitally important when you're in these situations. These guys would have had their trial ends before starting, and that gives you the opportunity to work out your lines. And it's good to discuss it as a team. How's your line look down that hand? You played your two bowls down that side, I'll play my two down the other side, and we'll chat about the lines and just see if we can pick up the line early and which is the best side for us to play on. So those trial ends are just such a vital tool in the kit bag, and you need to use them wisely.
Absolutely. We'll still see, I think, the teams. You sort of search for the first couple of ends, don't you, Dave? And in a game of fours, sometimes we see Malcolm Trowell there, the skip.
Yep, it's definitely feeling things out and sharing information with your teammates about what you're noticing about different sides of the rink, and the sooner you can do that and settle into those good lines. It looks like these players, as we see, a very good bowl coming in here. So Invercargill rest the shot back off of the Gisborne side. But you can see already that these guys have hit their lines pretty good. Most of the bowls have finished pretty adjacent to that centre line, and that's what we like to see, the lines being sorted out early, because that's the part of the game that's easiest to get. It's all about line and speed, line and weight. And there's no two ways about it. The line part of it is the easier part of the equation. And we can see them, apart from those two bowls to the left of your screen there, the rest of them have pretty much all found their lines pretty well.
And they'll probably be, you're pleased enough to miss a little bit heavy at the start, aren't you, Dave? It's sort of, I've always found it easier to take a bit of weight off the way you're playing rather than add it on. It's more frustrating to be consistently falling a little bit short.
Absolutely, yep. That's a very, very good point. So it's another good observation here that there's not really any short bowls. Those two bowls that are short of the jet, you wouldn't really class them as shockingly short. They're in the area, definitely. So we've got no short bowls on the rink at all, really, which is a very good start.
See this bowl on the forehand side. It's a lovely track. It's finishing a little bit past. That's the 3 for the Invercargill team. Must be Mike on his backhand.
And he's pretty close to
That's a lovely bowl.
adding another shot
Great
here.
shot.
Yeah, oh, he didn't want to spit it too far, but still probably just the one. But yep, Invercargill holding the shot as they cross over.
Looks nice and warm in the Palace this morning, Dave, with the with the jackets on.
Yes, the jackets are on and hands are in pockets, and yeah, so obviously a little bit chilly. I think the country's being hit by some pretty turbulent weather again, especially the North Island and top of the South Island. It's I've been reading reports of some strong winds and a fair bit of rain in the Auckland and Coromandel area again, so obviously it's a bit chilly with it as well, as we see.
Reaching right
Malcolm
through on the
Crowley
backhand.
just looking for the shot bowl, and he got it, but he's a bit unlucky there that it's all he's done is shift it from one side of the head to the other, but it's still the shot. So he's a bit unlucky he didn't get the bowl a bit more full than he did.
Smallest possible
real good
part.
shot option.
Let's see it. George on his backhand side, left-hander.
He's a bit quick. He needs to get another bowl on the head, because I think there's at least 2 seconds here for the Gisborne side. So I think he'd be looking for that shot bowl again.
And for a penny in for a pound, you've had one little nibble, so you may as well have 2. Malcolm will be thinking, maybe. Or maybe not. We'll find out in a second, Dave. He's on his backhand again. Doesn't look like he's played that with as much conviction, so maybe just trying to draw here.
Yeah. Maybe he didn't have the 2 seconds. It looks a bit deceptive from here. He's close to drawing the shot here, though. What a great attempt this is. Just sidles through.
Lovely correction when you consider his first bowl was essentially a run shot to go back to that drawaway. And it is going to be Invercargill scoring on this first end. Willing it back in. This bowl from the Invercargill skip.
Adding the bonus he has. Yeah, what a very good bonus shot that is. So very, very important bowls, those bonus bowls. We've talked about them a lot in the other events, the other champion events we've been covering. And when you get a free shot, as they call it, you're holding shot and you get a chance to add another one. They're very, very important bowls, and he succeeded brilliantly there. Did George Amos from Invercargill, and they're off to a 2-0 lead.
See the jack delivered now. Dave Clark. There's another Dave Clark, of course, playing at this event, but he's skipping the Manurewa team. So not to be mistaken for this Dave Clark, Dave. There's a lot of Daves, isn't there? The orange bowls on the forehand.
On the forehand, playing the ditch hand too, which a lot of players really do like playing ditch hands.
It's interesting, isn't it? And we saw, I think at Hastings, yes it was, there was a ditch hand there that was almost a little bit raised on the ditch side, and it meant that you could take 3 or 4 different greens and usually get back to the centre line. That's not unusual on a ditch hand, is it?
Dead right, and I think that's why a lot of players favour it. It tends to be a kind hand, the ditch. As you say, it funnels the bowls back to the centre line, and that's why it's a pretty popular option for a lot of players to play the ditch hand. Dave Clark there just missing his line both times. His first bowl, jack level there. Very, very good weight, just didn't quite nail his line. On the second one, he added a bit of speed as well and went through the back of the head.
Peter Clay.
Whereas Peter Clay has definitely sorted his lines out. As we see, this one's going to be a cracker. Great bowls.
That's beautiful stuff, isn't it?
2 very good lead bowls there.
Nice to see those clear blue stickers on the bowls too. It's the only thing that I don't, well, I'm not saying I don't like, but in the last 20 years we've seen this proliferation of coloured bowls. And in fours, I reckon as a spectator it makes it more challenging than it used to be, Dave. In the old days, it was black or brown bowls, you chuck a sticker on it, easy peasy, and now we have like this multicoloured situation where you get 8 different sets of really cool looking bowls, but I find it challenging sometimes to see who's done what.
Yeah, especially that's why we desperately, definitely need those stickers on there so we can differentiate for sure. Very
important, very helpful. Of course, it won't be an issue at the World Championships, Dave. Will Bowles has decreed, and I think a good idea too, that the countries must play with either blue or red bowls. So every player is going to have 2 sets of bowls, one in blue and one in red. And that's simply because when it's a broadcast or a spectator situation, they want it to be easier to see the difference. So I think an interesting change there from Will Bowles.
Yes, look, and it's quite a debatable thing too. Look, I know the players get to use the bowls that they normally use with their own set, the own set that they play with every day. Back here in New Zealand, they get, so if they're, for argument's sake, using Henselite Dreamline XGs, that's the sets that they're going to be, and the same size, that's the sets that they're going to have to use at the World Champs. But funnily enough, some people, they get really attached to their own set of bowls, and it's just can be a little bit off-putting for some players. Even though the bowl's the same size, same that they normally use, it's just a little bit different. It's not this normal colour, it's not their normal logo, and it can sometimes just be upsetting for some players. And but it's something you just have to get used to it and get on with the job. But as I say, sometimes it can be upsetting.
It is interesting. I recall when we had the first season of Bowls 3-5, as we watched this bowl here on the backhand, it's not far away. Is it going to stop?
The count here?
Look at all those blue stickered bowls around the jack, Dave. It's a good shot. What was I saying? I recall the first season of Bowls 3-5, and we were given bowls to use that were green and black speckled Henselite XGs, and I'd only ever played with an Era Optima, and I found that quite confusing. So I ended up borrowing a set of XGs to play with for that season, and in an attempt to get a bit better at making them do what I wanted them to do. As I see this bowl, that's a red stickered bowl there. It was a great shot from the Invercargill 3.
Yeah, Mike Einarson, that was a very good bowl. He's got the shot, but they're still exposed here, the Invercargill side, because they've only got that one bowl on the head, and Gisborne have got 3 or 4 seconds. Doesn't look like Steve is chasing this red bowl. He is. He's playing with a little bit of speed. Look at, yes, he was just looking to sit on that red bowl and stay there. But it's still Invercargill holding shot, but they are vulnerable on this end. As you can see that there's 1, 2, 3, 4 at least second shots for the Gisborne side. And no doubt Malcolm Trowell will be hunting that red disc bowl when he gets on the mat. So for George Amos, it's vital here that he gets another one on the head. Let's see if he can achieve it.
His backhand. He's stuck the landing on this one, Dave. He's watching it intently.
Just going to pull up short and under the head.
Huge ball coming up. It looks so inviting, doesn't it?
Very good opportunity here for Malcolm Trowell. And he's hunting it. He's playing with plenty of speed.
He's not far away. It might be drifting on him.
Just a bit wide.
What a lovely weight. He's added another second though, hasn't he? As he hit that bowl square and stuck around. So that's a positive.
He has.
Be worth just about $1 million.
Could be worth
1, 2, 3, 4,
could be
5.
worth half a dozen now if he can get rid of it. as this bowl's not going to change things either. So George, he'll be disappointed with that. Although oh no, the red disc bowl that is holding shot is still very vulnerable and accessible for Malcolm Trowell here. Can he make the adjustment with his line? Big bowl in the context of the game, even though it's early. This could give them a big count if he can get this red disc bowl, and he's close.
He's close. He's close, Dave. Down he comes onto the bowl. What a shot there from Malcolm Trowell. That's a top-notch. That's top-notch stuff.
Seven shots, the fingers going up there.
Absolutely beautiful. Controlled weight. His collision bowl hung around.
It's actually all eight. All eight bowls.
What have we just seen? That's unbelievable stuff. Invercargill was saying we won't give you 9 points, and that's fair. That's fair enough. Oh, what an opportunity that was.
Rare. So all eight bowls counting. That is a pretty rare event, but we said early on in the piece that they were very vulnerable, that just only having the one bowl on the head, and fortunately for the Gisborne crew, Malcolm Trowell was able to play an absolute bomb of a bowl, remove the shot bowl and played with enough weight. Well, he got enough contact on the bowl to actually meant that his hung around and counted as well. So an 8, that is a rarity. Here's the replay of the shot. It's a ripper.
Look at this stuff. Beautiful speed. Essentially the shot bowl square, slightly outside half, hung around. That's, it just doesn't get better, does it?
That's what you pay the skips the big money for, shots like that. Quite often we talked about it's not necessarily how many the skip plays, how many good bowls he plays, but he or she plays, but it's when they play them. And there's a prime example there. If he doesn't play another brilliant bowl for the rest of the game, probably won't matter, because that was a stunning bowl.
Go on the forehand side. Peter Clay.
Turned his back on that one pretty quickly. And we can see why.
Answers that question. So I suppose if you're the Invercargill Bowling Club, obviously you never want to drop an 8. But if you are going to drop an 8, in the first 2 or 3 ends, it's probably a better time to drop it than in the back half of the game, isn't it, Dave?
Absolutely, yep, absolutely. You've still got plenty of time to get back into this. Still got another 13 ends to go, so yep, you're right. You don't want to be doing that on the second to last end, but at least you give yourself a chance of clawing back the scores. Incidentally, these two teams both lost their first round matches. The Invercargill team were beaten by the Mitch Dunbar team from Fairley by 21 shots to 6. And Shane Broderson from the Jury Hill Club beat Malcolm Trowell's Gisborne side by 13 shots to 9. So both of these teams are pretty much now in post-section because you need 3 out of your 4 games to qualify. So you can't afford to drop one game and still qualify. But both these teams now need to win their remaining 3 games. So someone here, one of these 2 teams, is going to be out of contention after this round.
So the pressure on early, really. Note this man's got a Royal Oak. I think he's got a Royal Oak cap on. So obviously been to the shop at the Royal Oak Bowling Club where we are here, the Palace here at Royal Oak, and has decided to get a souvenir cap to wear inside.
Pretty loose head from the front 2 players in both teams here. It has come about possibly due to a change in length. Remember the last end where Gisborne got that 8 shots. It was a very, very long end. This is not quite as long, and I wonder whether it's caught the players out a little bit with their speed. We see another bowl pulling up short, so I don't think anyone can really claim they've got a shot here. It's nothing's really close at this stage.
You'd like to think that by the time the end is completed, there'll be bowls closer than what we see. Is the Invercargill 3 here on his forehand side. Reaching, just going past the head a little bit. Beautiful line. We've got a lot of bowls with the right track here. I can see, what, 6, 7, 8 bowls essentially on the right line.
Absolutely.
Goldsbury on his backhand.
Got to clear that short bowl, and he's just going to do that. A little
bowl.
slide off his own short one, so that'll be the shot. Those two up there, they might even have 3, the Gisborne side again, but once again, still plenty of room there.
I'm not sure if he's made a correction here, Dave. On the forehand, look at this
Mikey
bowl.
was waving his hands a bit as he's walked off the mat there. In fact, he put a little bit more weight on.
It can be frustrating sometimes. You just played the same bowl twice, and neither of them are where you were aiming them to go. So see Malcolm just having a chat to Goldsbury about what hand to play with his first bowl.
So fours is a very enjoyable game. Because of, I like fours because of the nip and tuck, the tactics, the chess play that goes on, building heads, and each player in the team's got their roles to play, and so I really like a game of fours. A very good game of fours can be awesome.
Essentially the purest form of bowls, isn't it, Dave? Because you've got your 16 bowls on a head. And for whatever reason, it feels sort of about the right number, because I suppose by that logic, we should also say that 9-bowl triples or 3-bowl triples with more bowls should be better. But I've always found 3-bowl triples to be an incredibly frustrating game, whereas fours just seems like a nice pure, it's just a pure way to build heads up, and it's amazing the difference those 2 bowls make. As we see an absolute bomb there. He might have been a bit unlucky though. George Amos.
He may be still one. Sure he may be still 1 down, but my word, it's a very good bowl though. It's he's only 1 down if he is down. They're having a good close look at it. So whereas he was 3 down before he played the bowl.
Deserves to be holding. It's Goldsbury not indicating. Oh, I said it's a measure. There you go.
Very close.
Essentially saying it's either 6 1, half dozen the other as to what hand you want to play it on. And Malcolm, we can see there opting for his backhand side to draw the shot. Came out nice and smooth.
Yeah, you got a very good delivery, Malcolm. Very good. I like that. Running nice, sweet delivery. Very simple. Nothing too much can go horribly wrong with it.
Yeah, good line.
Unfortunately, didn't make a change there, but change of hand for the left-handed George Amos, though. He's going on to the forehand now, and a good call from Mike Einarson to try and just reach and sit on the second shot, or the shot. They're very, very close for a shot here, and he's in the area. Just going to duck a bit too soon.
Wasn't far away, so we'll see a measure, I presume, here, Dave, to decide who's got the shot between Invercargill and Gisborne. Neither bowl sitting flat, so it doesn't really matter which one you go to first. It's gone against the Invercargill one, and this here is the Gisborne one. 1 to Invercargill there.
1 to Invercargill.
It's a relief, isn't it, after you've dropped an 80. Let's go, cool beans.
Yep.
Dave here.
Yeah, fours game, as I said, each player's got their role to play, and I think the big thing about fours, and we talk about this a lot in any team game, but more so in fours, it's about making things easier for the guy or girl coming behind you, so that if you can make it as easy as possible for the person that's playing next in your team, then you've fulfilled your role. And I think, leads, obviously, the big job of the lead, just get to as close to that jack as you possibly can, So the lead is probably dare I say it, the simplest task. It's not easy to do though, but it is the simplest. All he or she has to concentrate on is throwing the jack and then getting 2 bowls as close as possible to that jack. That's their role. The other 3 players in a fours team all have more duties to perform, shall we say. Obviously, if your lead has done their job, then the 2 normally you'll see the skip saying, okay, now let's start giving me something round the back and behind, just in case. And so a 2's got to be able to play those position bowls. As we see a pretty handy one coming in here from Dave Clark. Once again, just missing his line of fraction, but good speed.
It is incredible the difference it makes when you have a lead who's having a good day and is very consistent. So, if you think about, we're playing 15 ends here, it's possible, particularly at international levels, you have leads that'll have 15 effective ends. So they 15 ends in a row, you're putting 2 bowls within 2-3 feet of the jack. It's amazing the difference that makes to a fours team, isn't it, Dave?
Unbelievable. They're worth their weight in gold. A very, very good lead. You'll see top skips, they'll just chase good leads. They'll almost get their wallets out and offer them money. Come and play for me, come and play for me. They are so valuable because, as we see, a pretty good effort coming in here from Invercargill's Graham Thompson. Yeah, the lead, it gives you dominance straight away. If your lead's going really, really well, you're on top immediately, in the end, and the opposition are having to manufacture something to wrest the shot off you, or they have to concentrate on building the heads to suit themselves again after, being down immediately just puts that little bit of pressure on the opposition right from the get-go.
Here we go, Graham Thompson again on his forehand side. Came out reasonably well that time. He's put his hands in his pockets. I'm not sure if that means he likes it or not. How's the weight here? It's a nice line.
Yeah. Very good line. He's just... Oh, that's another ripper. Yeah, no, that's very good bowls. 2 very good bowls there from Graham Thompson. He'll be very happy with that. He's done his job at number 2. His lead didn't quite nail it, so if your lead misses, then obviously the 2 has got to try and draw his as close as he possibly can, and he succeeded there.
And just Gisborne will be thinking, if we can just get another bowl or a bowl nearby, that would be good. You don't want to blink here. As you can see, there's 3 red-stickered bowls around the jack, and there's some short bowls up front that make aggression a challenge. So Gisborne would be happy to drop a 1 here, I feel, at this stage. If you're Malcolm, you're thinking, well, if we just drop a 1 or a 2, that's good fishing. As we see Einarson on his forehand, can he add another bowl? It's not quite finding his weight at this stage.
Probably 3 down, just trying to get to him. Or if you can switch back and just draw to that.
Malcolm with some good instruction there, and what I liked also about that was that he was pretty relaxed. Even though, oh look, we're 3 down, but you just got to beat. His manner, the way he was speaking, was giving confidence to to Steve Goldsberry to play this shot.
Oh, and he had beautiful weight for it too, Dave. That's a good shot, really, from Steve. Yeah, good speed. That's good stuff from Malcolm.
It is. You you can have communication that, you know, oh yeah, we're 3 down here, and oh God, you know, woe is me, help me out, sort of thing, versus yeah, we're 3 down, but if you just beat this bowl here or land this bowl here, you know, it's a big difference to the confidence of the player on the mat when they hear their skip not panicking down the other end or not down in the dumps. It can be make a big difference to the confidence that your player will approach the mat with.
See Steve looking to make his correction. He played a very good bowl this first round, really. It's just that there was a bowl in the way, so if he does the same thing again, he'll be very close. He's clunked up. Is that a blue sticker? I think that's a blue stickered bowl for third shot.
Yep, that's a definite help. Cut one of the shots out.
Be pleased enough with that. Crossover. And George deciding which hand to play his first shot on. You can see Invercargill's holding 2. 1 to the red bowl at 10 o'clock and 1 at 7.
Be interesting to see which side of the rink Malcolm from Gisborne decides to play here. We see George Amos from Invercargill going first, courtesy of winning that last end.
Backhand.
Left-hander.
Dangerous if he's got the weight wrong here. Very dangerous if he's got the weight wrong. What's he doing? He's putting the... What's happening, Dave? I don't know what to say.
The jack's gone in the ditch. He's actually made it a lot better for himself as far as the shot is concerned, but instead of having 2, he's now only got the 1, I believe.
A very secure one.
A very secure one, you did right.
I suspect he wasn't looking to drain the jack into the ditch there. But, I mean, as bowls like that go, it's probably gone quite well for him.
Yeah, he may have more than one here. Looking at that shot there, it looks like those bowl, the blue bowl and the orange bowl look like they could be in the count as well. So he might have made 3 out of it. Be interesting
Incredible
to see out. You see to the right of your screen there that those 2 red disc bowls, the blue one and the orange one, they could very well be
Malcolm Trow is
counters as well.
No.
What are you holding 2, mate? These 2 are ours here.
Holding 2, he says.
Holding 2, yeah. So he went from 2 up to 2 up, but it's probably a better 2 up than what he had before. So
yeah, absolutely. It can be a bit of a if you're Malcolm Trow, the last thing you would have expected to be playing to is a head where it is now with your first bowl. It can hurt your brain a little bit sometimes, can't it, Dave? When an unexpected thing happens as a skip, because you sort of have pre-planned. It was one of 3 or 4 shots Malcolm could have played, but he wouldn't have been expecting to have to draw to the ditch here.
You did right. You did right. He would have had to change his mindset rather quickly after George's first bowl. He's got to find a track through these bowls here. If he can get through past that red bowl, he'll get second shot out of this. That's a very good bowl. Yep. So just the 1 to Invercargill, clawing their way back into it.
Just chipping away.
They've won 3 out of the 4 ends, but they're still trailing by 4 shots, courtesy of that 8 that they dropped after the bomb that Malcolm Trow played on that end.
Certainly one of those ends you dream about a little bit, to play a shot for a number. And helpful, you can see how helpful it is in this game because, as you say, they've dropped 3 out of 4 ends, but still defending a handy enough 4-point lead. You only need to consistently score every second or third end, and you're going to be making sure it's at least tight when it gets to the end, whereas if they hadn't scored that huge number, it's a different matter. And we see this orange bowl here from the Invercargill lead. Dave Clark fall a bit short.
That 8 was actually a prime example of where we talk about the roles of players. Well, you know, the team had performed their job pretty well by having all sorts of bowls on the head. They didn't have the one that counted, but they had heaps and heaps of second shots, and then the role of the skip is to play those conversion shots for you, and he played an absolute bomb, Malcolm.
Absolutely.
So
Dave Clark, this is not far away. If this gets back in time, regardless, that's a good shot. That's a really good correction there.
absolutely good home.
The Gisborne Bowling Club, Dave, is one of the oldest bowling clubs in New Zealand, which is usually the case if the club is named after, as we see, that's another great shot. If the club is named after the city or the region it's in, ordinarily that indicates it's one of the early ones there. So it was formed in 1889 when it acquired 3 quarter-acre sections in Rawiri Street for £180 it cost, and they used 2 of the sections but sold one for £60, only to buy it back 30 years later for £600. And the club's Wainui Road frontage was obtained through an exchange of properties between a man called W. Petty, who was the president, and a guy, George Matheson. So they switched properties, and that's where the frontage come from. So a bit of interesting history there from the Gisborne Bowling Club.
It is interesting looking at and hearing that sort of information, as well as we saw a great bowl there from Graham Thompson, the Invercargill too, trailing the jack. It was nicely situated between the 2 Gisborne bowls, but he found a beautiful line trailed. I think he might still be 1 down, but he definitely improved the head. Yeah, the history of clubs around the country is so interesting, and you're right about the Nelson Bowling Club where I'm from, definitely the oldest in the Nelson area, and it's amazing. You go into the clubhouse at the Nelson Club and they've got the photos of every single president that there has been in the history of the club on the walls, and it's amazing to see. Some fantastic history around. Yes, there's 1 or 7 up there. Some fantastic history around the bowls, the sport of bowls in the country. And I make every time I go to a new club for the first time, or a club I haven't been to before, I always like to have a look at the honours boards and the photos, and quite often there's a few plaques around explaining the history of the clubs, and it's quite fascinating.
The Invercargill 3 now, so we think they're 1 down to that blue stickered bowl to the left of the jack at 9 o'clock, and the second shot at 12. It's funny that short orange bowl is actually a bit of mud in the eye for both teams on this head. Yeah, Mel opting to ask for the backhand. He said they're holding one. I think there was a noise there, one looking up.
I think it might have been, I wonder, they're all looking up at the roof. I wonder if that wind that's hitting the country, whether it might have just sent a gust through.
As long as the roof doesn't lift off, it's not too bad. On this bowl here, I don't think it's going to come back.
Always on a wide line, wasn't it?
I felt like there would have had to be a lot of work. Maybe a gust of wind would have helped that one, Dave, but not to be. So Mike here, been struggling a little with his weight in this game. On the back end. Not a million miles away.
Oh, we touch. Oh, he's made it. He's played
what a
it.
shot. Absolutely perfect. That's a lovely bowl. I would have been clapping more.
Was.
That's a fantastic shot. Goldsbury on the backhand as well.
He might have pushed it out a little bit wide again. It'll come back. It'll beat his own bowl, but it's still going to finish a bit wide, I think. Oh, it came back further than I thought it would. Oh, he had good line.
It's a lovely effort.
Not sure if it's more than one, whether they've got a multiple there or whether it is just the one shot.
On the camera angles, it looked just like the one, didn't it? But it can be a little bit deceiving. I hope someone may indicate to us what the situation is. It sort of wanders down to the other end.
So George Amos first to go. Left-hander. Bit of a fixed stance technique.
Sort of one of the
not a bad home with that bowl. Pretty good finishing spot. If the jack does go back, that's exactly where it's going.
Mal on the backhand. Also known as Mouse Dave, that's his nickname. I don't know why, but Mouse is what he's known as all around New Zealand, actually. Now, this is interesting because Invercargill's holding one, aren't they? So you don't want to be clunking into the head, as the jack's going to pop back to the Gisborne bowl, but George opting to switch to his forehand side.
He's playing that ditch hand where they do seem to swoop back off there, but he's just going to get hooked up.
So, what's Malcolm?
Yeah, just one down, signalling. Yeah, just one down. So I wouldn't be trying anything too rash here. Once again, 8-4 up, one down's not bad fishing if he can play the perfect shot, just looking to land on the shot bowl and stay there himself. But he's gone way underneath the head. But as I said, one down, once again, not bad fishing, although he will be starting to get concerned that they've only scored on the one end.
Now's the time to score again, isn't it, if you're Gisborne?
It is, yep.
Sort of tick the ends over enough, but scoring sooner rather than later will be the plan. See, this jack delivered to the full length. Now the Invercargill Bowling Club as well, Dave, is it's quite a broad name, so it indicates it's one of the older clubs, and that is true. It was established in 1909, and they've got one green, 36 metres by 36. One of the nicer greens in Southland, is my understanding, with a good little membership of bowlers there. And to anyone from Invercargill Bowling Club tuning in, hello and thank you.
Pretty good opener there from Dave Clark. Wouldn't class, I mean, it is short, but it's in the area, and it's not horrendously short. You know, and funnily enough, if you're leading in fours, it's the one time when, if I'm a skip, I occasionally don't mind the leads missing short, because I mean they're the only ones really that should occasionally miss a bowl, miss short, because they're trying to absolutely dead draw to the jack. So every now and then you can forgive a lead if they do drop the occasional bowl short, because because of the reasons I mentioned. But see if he can make that adjustment. Just needed another foot of running.
Lovely
and
line.
He's played it pretty well here.
That's a good shot.
Yeah, good bowl.
Kept going. I thought I was going to stop a little bit before then, but that's lovely leading really from the Invercargill leading on. A bit concerned for the media wall in the background. Looks like it's trying to turn itself into a sail, but nothing we can do about that from the commentary box, Dave.
Yes, I've noticed it flapping around a wee bit there.
Of slight concern. Now I've noticed that I can't stop looking, but I'll try and refocus onto the bowls as we see this bowl come up the rink here.
Graham Thompson, he's just pushed it out a little bit wide, but if he stays on, he's just going to fall on the dish. It wouldn't have been a bad home. His lead's done his job, as we talked about earlier on, of having two pretty handy bowls. Graham, in this instance, probably because the jack is so far back, as it's a full length end, whilst it would be awesome if he can get one round the back, here there is still a little bit of room. So if I was a skip here, I'd be asking Graham to definitely try and draw the absolute shot.
Yeah, it still looks like there's enough space there, doesn't it? On most days. Hands in pockets watching this one. Graham Thompson.
He's in the area here. He's in the area. Yeah, that's a very good bowl. Yep.
Lovely shot.
Oh, undergreen this one.
Yeah,
undergreen this one. Arthur Hawes from the Gisborne side. Just once again, he'll be disappointed because I mentioned earlier it's all about two things. All we have to worry about in playing bowls is sending the bowl down the right line at the right speed. And the speed is always the hardest part of the two to get, and he's got pretty good speed there, and he'll be disappointed that he's wasted that good speed by missing his line.
Yeah, and slightly concerning here for the Gisborne team is the fact that they're now four down, I think, on this head, and it's a nice head building for Invercargill. You want to be playing out of the next four bowls, two or three of them are going to need to be effective, Dave.
Absolutely, and whilst they are holding four, I'm sure that George Amos, as the skip, would love to have one right on top of the jack because there is still a little bit of room. So Malcolm's probably not overly concerned yet. He will be if Steve can't remedy things, and he's close here. He gets a wee feather off the front bowl, and look at that. Very good
Lovely
bowl.
bowl.
A little bit fortuitous with the feather, but that's what I'm saying. There was still a little bit of room. Even though they were four down, they weren't right on top of the jack, so there was that little bit of room for Steve Goldsbury to play that bowl.
Look at this here from Mike Heinesen. Needs it to hold.
Close to the jack.
Oh, he's taken the jack back. That's a good shot. Well played. He would have been willing that. Really, he was looking to fold out the shot bowl of Gisborne's, wasn't he, Dave? That little one bowl wider.
Absolutely. That's, yep, one bowl wider. So that's probably, even though he's got the shot back, probably a little bit disappointing for the Invercargill side because it's taken away that opportunity for a big number now, probably, because all of their bowls have been left behind a little bit further up the rink now that the jack's been shifted. So unlucky. He was trying to play to sit the shot bowl, as you said, so, and he was only a bowl narrow, so a little bit unlucky, but he still got the shot.
Steve on the backhand.
He's close here. If it stops, he might be just a bit quick. Oh no, it's pulling up. Yeah.
Good bowl.
Measure for shot now.
So make their way down the other end. It can be a long walk sometimes.
Chance for the skips to gather their thoughts as they walk down. they'll have the shot in mind that they're wanting to play.
Really frightened by the media ball in the background. That's we see George Amos on his back end. So talk us through, he's got the static delivery, Dave, and it's something that you don't see too much on New Zealand greens nowadays, but what would you say are the pros and cons of delivering a ball like that?
Well, the biggest problem I have with fixed deliveries is that you're relying on arm speed only to get your speed. And the minute most people who play with the fixed stance or the early foot plant, most of those players, not saying all, but most players, when they strike a slightly slower green or even a real slow green, they're really going to struggle to get the bowl up there. As we see a very, very good bowl coming in here. Awesome effort from Malcolm Trowell. Yeah, it just means that you're relying on your arm. That was better because he was looking to play with weight. He actually did delay his step more that time. He's close. He's only got the jack, has he? No, he's just missed it.
Oh, goodness gracious me. Not far away.
So yeah, coaching-wise, the textbook, we don't really like fixed stance or that early stepping. You can see the difference there with Malcolm. There's more rhythm and timing. He's stepping and swinging, arms are swinging at the same time. So he's going to be able to get more body weight behind the bowl. So if he struck a slow green, he would have a lot more opportunity, or it'd be a lot easier for him to get the bowl up the other end on a slow green than what it is with someone who has a fixed stance.
Yeah, for sure. It's interesting, isn't it? Because I know John Murtagh, who was the head coach of, it wasn't called Bowls New Zealand then, it was the New Zealand Bowling Association, had a fixed stance delivery, and I think when we had the 19, 20, 21, 22 second greens, it was probably a really reasonable way to deliver a bowl. Mike Kernahan still does it, but when he went to the Commonwealth Games that were in Canada, I want to say, but I could be wrong, on the slower greens, he actually had to change his delivery, I believe, and take a step and swing his arm at the same time to make sure it was going to get up there.
Yep. I think there are some other ways of getting body weight behind the bowl other than your time. With Mike's delivery, you're talking about, he's still able, because you actually can see, even though he plants his foot early, you can see his body in motion as his arm comes through. So, but the amazing thing, when you see Mike Kernahan deliver a drive, it's all he delivers it, not the planting his foot early. He delivers. It's a beautiful delivery for his drive.
Yeah, and it's not slow.
No, and so he, yeah. But yeah. Each their own, as I've always said. If you can, whatever works best for you, definitely. But I know for a fact that I've coached a lot of people on. They've said, I strike slow greens and I can't get the bowl up there. I can't get the bowl up there, and it's simply because they're not getting that body weight behind the delivery, and they're relying on their arm to get their speed. And you might do that for the first 7 or 8 ends of a 15-end game, but then the old arm starts getting a bit tired, and because you're not getting any body weight behind the bowl, it becomes harder and harder. So definitely altering the timing of your footstep. If you're delaying your step, will definitely get more body weight behind the bowl.
Absolutely, and we've been joined in our commentary booth just now, Dave, by another Goldsbury, Sean Goldsbury, for a couple of ends. Thank you for joining us, Sean. How are you feeling about the game going on in front of us at the moment?
Oh, I was feeling pretty good when Mouse got that at 8 at the start.
Fair enough. And so, Goldsbury, so you must be related to the other Goldsbury. What can you tell us about Steve?
Yeah, so that's my dad, Steve. So he's goes right at the bowls. He's got 46 centre titles in Gisborne now, and he's won 2 of these events. He won the fours in 2018 with David File. So Dad was at 3 and File was at skip, and they won the triples the year before in 2017, playing with Duncan McPherson in both, and Lofty Hurrell was the 2 for them in that team. So yeah, pretty experienced bowler. And actually, I was just listening to your conversation. Dad's had to move to a fixed delivery. He had a knee replacement about 18 months ago, and he couldn't get the stability out of it with his old delivery where he was stepping into the bowl, as Dave was suggesting that you do. So he's had to go to the fixed, but he has had problems on slower greens and on some of the run shots.
That's good. It's amazing to hear that, and that's the other thing that we do definitely have to take into account. Body, injuries, little issues with the body can mean that we have to change deliveries, and so it's great to hear that he's been able to change his delivery and still stay in the game, and that's the big thing. So the fact that he's gone to a fixed delivery is great, because it's kept him in the game, which is awesome. So
spell on the forehand.
Gisborne holding the shot at the moment, and it's a pretty good one. They were holding the shot, but not anymore. Very, very good bowl there from Graham Thompson.
So you said, Sean, that Steve's only got 46 centre titles.
Yeah.
So he must have been playing bowls for a while. Did you remember being dragged along when you were younger to watch the bowls? What's your experience with bowls growing up?
Virtually nothing, actually. No, so Dad started playing when he was probably about my age, early 40s, and I was kind of 17, 18, and I was playing cricket and playing soccer and doing other things, and I went away to university. So when he was a junior, I was away at university, and I never really had much to do with bowls at all, actually. I probably, when I moved to Auckland about 10 or 12 years ago, I'd go and watch him when he'd be coming up here for Gisborne East Coast, or in the Club Sevens, or an event like this. But yeah, he hasn't played my whole life, so I never really grew up around bowls like some people did.
So you never had the can of Sprite and the packet of chips as a kid?
No, I never had that, but I did. The old man did take me down the bowls club when I was probably about 30 odd, trying to get me into it, and we had a game and I got 2 on the first end, and the mouth started going something chronic, and he beat me 21-2. So got a little bit carried away. But yeah, and like a lot of people, this is just finished my second year bowling. I wish I'd taken up sooner. Looks like the old man's not too far away here.
Not far away at all. Oh, that's a good shot.
Very, very good bowl.
Good bowl.
Very good bowl. It's close for shot now, but he's given Malcolm a bit more room, which is a bonus, and he may even have got the shot out of it. So a very good bowl there. Yeah, look,
measure all the way around.
Interesting to hear you make the comment about how you wished you'd taken it up earlier. If I had $5 for every person I'd say that, I would be a multi-millionaire.
Yeah, well, I was a National League soccer player in my younger days, and then I transitioned into over 35s and over 40s football up here in Auckland, which is a good standard. Yep. There's a lot of ex-National League and a few ex-All Whites in the league, but your old men running around, and I did that for probably 5 years more than I should have, and Dad was saying to me, you're just hurting your knee, you're injuring yourself, you've got to go and do bowls, which I'm glad they have, absolutely loving it.
Brilliant, good to hear. You to watch the women's football team last night, I take it then?
No, I was actually out and around, but I've had many reports that one of my good friends, a guy called Michael Main, is one of the assistant coaches for the team, so he's been staying with me for the last probably 2 months while they've been in training camp. So he'd be absolutely over the moon with how the girls went.
Absolutely.
On the
Fantastic
forehand, how's
result
this
for
bowl?
that was. And is he going to promote his own bowl? Yes, he has. He definitely has. So
a little bit lucky, but we'll give it to him.
Absolutely. No, he had good speed. If he'd missed it, he was going to be handy. So, yeah, no, it was pretty good.
Oh, Mike's not wide. This bowl's going to cut across the head. He'll be disappointed with that. If you look at where that finishes up weight-wise, the weight was probably okay, but just narrow out of his hand, and Gisborne in a pretty good position on this crossover.
So Alex, you'd be quite familiar with Malcolm, or Mouse as we call him, from the indoor side of the game?
Yes, yeah, absolutely. I've known Mouse since I was a kid, actually, playing indoor bowls, and of course he had a very successful year this year with his family, his son and 2 nephews winning our New Zealand indoor bowls open fours, and he led for his son and won the open pairs. So he's had an okay season, I suppose, at indoor, Malcolm.
He has, and actually Malcolm and I, we went to the same primary school, so we were both mangapapa. So we were mates since we were about 6, I've known, and we've played soccer and cricket together, so I've known him a long, long time as well.
Fantastic, isn't it?
Not a great bowl there from Graham Amos. Sorry, not Graham, from Malcolm. Pulling up short, a little bit tentative, I suppose. Sometimes when you're holding the shot, you can be a little bit tentative and not arriving at the head. Don't want to disrupt
he's got
things.
the jack.
We see a bowl here. He has got the jack.
Where's it going? Oh, it's gone to the back left. That's a blue stickered bowl there, I see. So 1 to Gisborne. It's always stressful when a bowl comes marching through the head and gets the jack squarish, isn't it? Well, where's it going to end up going?
So Malcolm Trowell safe in the knowledge he's got the shot.
I'm not sure if his bowls dust is big enough. Looks like he's just picked up a small towel from the hotel or something.
He's in the air. Oh, he's just a bit tight, isn't he? He's going to run into that front bowl. He had good speed again. Always hard just making that little bit of an adjustment with your line when the jack's been shifted off the centre line. Got to make a readjustment, recalculate your line, and he wasn't quite able to do that with that bowl.
Amos looking to remove the shot bowl, I think. See there was no static delivery there. Oh. 2 bowls
He
wide.
did have it. It was the right option. He had plenty of seconds on around that around the jack there, but so it was definitely the right option. So Gisborne score again. So now out to 10 shots to 5. It's still Invercargill who lead on the ends scored, though. They've scored on 4 of the ends, and Gisborne only 3 of the ends, but that courtesy of that big 8, they hold a good 5-shot lead. Just over halfway through the match.
So, Sean, what can you tell us about the Gisborne Bowling Club and the people that play there that you would like to share with whoever it is that's tuning in to watch our broadcast this afternoon?
Oh, I think, well, for a start, I understand, listening to your commentary, Alex, it's the oldest bowling club in the country that's still in its original venue. So I believe there are a few that are older, but some have moved. So I think there's about 80 or 90 members in the Gisborne club. So a very long history. They're onto their 2nd set of boards in the club. Actually, my father's grandfather is up on the boards, as is my father and my mother. So I hope to get myself up there one day too. But right in the centre of Gisborne, one of the oldest, original clubs. Been around a long time, and very successful club.
Do you find it seems that they've got a pretty good club culture, and all these guys are good mates, and they must travel around a bit and stuff. So what's it like? Is it like being part of a family at the Gisborne Bowling Club? What's the culture like there?
Yeah, and it literally is. There's a lot of people in the same family. There's generally a half dozen McElroys there. One of the good Gisborne bowling family. So
I've never heard that name before.
Yeah, so Shannon's father Boone he's actually retired from rep bowls this year. He's going to coach Gisborne East Coast. So we're looking to him to move into that leadership role for us, and brothers Adam and Brendan as well. So no, it is. And there's a lot of Gisborne people are connected. If you've been there your whole life through work and through school and through various things, and so it's a real community. And everyone gets in behind and supports each other. Actually, Peter Clay, who we just saw leading for Gisborne, he was one of the unfortunate ones in the cyclone we had at the start of the year, lost everything. So he lives in Ferguson Drive in Gisborne down by the river, and they were actually in Australia at the time, so him and his wife lost both their cars and the house and all their possessions, and so yeah, had a really rough year. So the bowling communities got around them and tried to support them, including some out of town. We talked to Alex about Hobsonville Bowling Club. Nigel Rattray there did a fundraise and raised several $1,000s, and we had clubs and centres from the South Island sending money to Gisborne East Coast. So Peter's one of the families in the Hawke's Bay Gisborne area that got some of that help and support, and it was much needed and appreciated.
Fantastic to hear the support. The bowls fraternity definitely there for each other around the country. It's an awesome community, and great to hear stories like that.
And actually, Arthur Hawes, who's just on the mat now, he's probably been bowling 45 years, and he's one of the absolute stalwarts and rocks of the Gisborne Bowling Club. He's a selector and he's been a rep bowler, and if we see the shot from the other end, there's a lady in a pink jersey sitting nice and warm inside. That's his wife Carol, who's also still a rep bowler, but they're both life members of the Gisborne Club, and as these people do, they've done every job in the club from time to time, as well as both being real top bowlers during their time. And Arthur's now, he's been saying for about 3 years he doesn't want to go away and play top bowls anymore, but every time some rep bowlers need someone to jump in, they know he's a good bowler and they know he's got a bit of magic in him still, so he keeps getting rubber armed and dragged into playing something.
Convinced.
So yeah, yes, but he's been a good indoor bowler too, I believe, Alex, over his time.
Yeah, there's a few. There's a guy from Gisborne, Arnold Hutchins, who's amazing. I'm not sure if he ever played outdoor, but he won 3 indoor national titles in the late 70s and early 80s, and he's still playing indoor bowls in Gisborne and still winning centre titles, and he won his first one in like 1961 or 62, so it's pretty impressive stuff.
I mean, there's always been a lot of talent in the Gisborne area. It's just, it's a long way and it's costly and expensive. I mean, Malcolm's a good example of, he's been a top, obviously indoor but outdoor bowler, but he just doesn't travel away a lot because it's time away from work, and he's got, kids and, but even out here at Royal Oak looking around, see, Dwayne Cameron playing for Hastings, or he grew up in Gisborne. He was at Te Karaka with David File, and Jack Hurawai playing for Birkenhead. He's ex-Gisborne Centre president. So there's a lot of, and Shannon McElroy's, another obvious one. He went out to Te Karaka with File and Cameron. So, there's a lot of talent that kind of grows up in the city and then moves elsewhere for work and family and other reasons.
Yeah, it's a pretty cool space, really. I think there's 6 or 7 bowling clubs as part of the Gisborne East Coast centre, but it must be, as we see this bowl here, must have taken a coat of paint off the jack on its way through. That must be a pretty strong and condensed group of players there, Sean.
Yeah, it is, and it has been, probably 10 or 15 years ago when David File was playing, and you had, Vern Marshall was involved, Robin Jefferson, Shannon when he was a youngster playing for Gisborne. They've had some really strong teams, but they've just been through a bit of a phase of people retiring and leaving the game, so creating opportunities for a few of us younger players to kind of come through.
Great stuff as we see the players cross over. Wide of the score, 10-5 to Gisborne, who are the blue-stickered bowls, and this is the 8th end of 15 that they will play, or 2 hours and a quarter. Oh, not a quarter, 2 hours and 15 minutes, sorry. You can see there's a blue-stickered red bowl.
It looks like it's 2 to Gisborne at the moment. 2 and a look, maybe even 3. So it's a pretty important head for George Amos here from Invercargill. He'll be wanting to change things on this head, because you can't afford to drop another number here, otherwise things start getting a little bit desperate for them.
Oh, wow, just sneaking in.
They could be in the count as well.
Maybe just a smidgen short, but it was very close. And here's George on his forehand. I thought he was on his backhand for a second. Could get a good rub. Has got a good rub. Didn't get a good, well, he did, but he didn't. That's not my best commentary there. He was in the area, found a clear space.
As you can see here, the old man's, Arthur's got a lot of experience as a skip, so they tend to lean on him a bit, even though he's playing 2. It looks like he's saying if you move that red, you're going to have a 5, I'd say.
Yeah, just that red bowl's the one that's in the measure for either 3rd or 4th shot. So definitely worth hunting that. It's not close to the jackets, so it's out there. A good target for Malcolm to have a crack at. Just needs to not play with stupid weight, just arriving, try and sit on the bowl.
Term? Well,
he's drawn another shot instead, has he? So George has been instructed to go jack hunting. Trail the jack out to the left-hand side of the centre line if he can get it, but he looks a bit tight to me, and yep, it's going to run away. Now, interesting to see how many this is. The measure will come out here. It's definitely 1, but it could be 1, 2, 3, or possibly even 4.
Yeah, big moment.
Well, they've taken 2 out already. Oh, 3 out already. Now we're looking at the 4th one. No.
No, good end for Gisborne, and 3 there. Thank you very much for joining us for a couple of ends. Sean, it was really cool to get your insights on Gisborne and the Gisborne Bowling Club. We'll let you go and support the team. Not that they needed after that that little bundle there, taking them to a 13-5 lead. But yeah, thank you very much for joining us. I really enjoyed having you in the commentary booth for a couple of ends.
Awesome, guys. Thank you.
Cheers, thanks.
So that 3 there has definitely made it very, very difficult for Invercargill now, because they're going to have to go looking for multiples. 6 ends, we're playing the 9th of 15. If they get singles, it's not going to be enough. So they're now going to have to start chasing the game a little bit, which is always a dangerous exercise.
Absolutely, particularly when you consider in this game they've scored 5.6, and never really looked like they're going to score more than a 2 or a 3. So they need a change in game plan almost to make it possible to come back. It's never impossible, of course, and there's still ends to go, but something needs to change for this Invercargill team if they're in with a chance. Dave on his forehand.
Interesting to hear Sean relating the stories about the guys in the Gisborne team, and it just shows that there'll be heaps of players like that around the country and other centres as well, who have been playing the sport for years, have been ex-representatives, and but can still contribute and can still play some pretty good bowls. It's just their bodies start letting them down a little bit with knees and hips and things, but still worthy competitors for sure.
Particularly in a fours game, I think, Dave. I think it's really valuable to have people who've played for a long time and understand how to build a head and what shots are on, because with the 16 bowls on a head, it does almost become instinctive in some spaces, doesn't it? You sort of, the experience skips, you get a feeling for where the head may be going or where the dangers might be, and if you were to talk to them, you can almost predict a head 4 or 5 or 6 bowls in advance more often than not. See this one on the back end.
good, man. Just a metre and a half off your line. You beat the orange.
It has been a good game from the Gisborne team. So we see this bowl just clunk into that red stickered blue bowl. And Goldsbury here.
Okay, mate.
Here we go on the backhand. So those two orange bowls of Dave Clark's have stuck there, one at 4 and one at 6 o'clock. It's a good start for the Invercargill team. We said they need to score a number on this end to get themselves back into a chance. It's the right line and the right weight. Look at that, 1, 2, 3, 4 red stickered bowls. Now is the hour for Invercargill, and they'll just be crossing their fingers that it's not ruined by this Gisborne team who are playing very well in this game. They're leading 13-5, but 4 down on the head as it sits. And Steve just going for a little bit of a walk up just to have a proper look, and opting to play his forehand side here. Steering it down. It's a lovely line down to the weight here. Good shot. Oh, just slightly over. So we see there the Gisborne team holding 1.5. There's an interesting head here developing, Dave. I think the Invercargill team, we said they need to score some points on this end, and you can see there the red stickered bowls. Oh, a bit unlucky, just holding one, but they've got like second and third and fourth and fifth shot.
Yep. I'm back. I don't quite know, a little technical glitch there, but I'm back. Yep. You're right, and they need, as we sort of mentioned at the start of this end, they need more than ones, really. So here is an opportunity. The only problem is the second shot of the Gisborne side is in a very, very difficult position for George Amos from Invercargill to get it out, to get rid of it. So he's got a choice to make here. Maybe he's just got to try and draw a second and third shot and try and get the count with who's 2 bowls. He definitely got the one at the moment, but he'll be wanting to get more than one.
See Malcolm Trow, Mouse here on his forehand. I must remember it's the wife of Mouse, Jenny. It's her birthday today, so if you're tuning in, happy birthday. It's another trip around the sun, so happy birthday. I hope you're enjoying it. Obviously, tuning in to watch the bowls and make a birthday either better or worse, depending.
Okay, he'll be looking to draw another shot here, trying to get more than just the one shot on this end. As he clears that blue bowl, he's going to be in the area, might be just going a tad. Yes, he is. Unfortunately, going a bit more than I thought, in fact. I'm going to give your sport a bit of kudos here too, Alex. I know indoor is more where you started bowls, and funnily enough, it's amazing the number of bowlers that start the game indoor and then pick up the lawn bowl version of the game at some stage as well. And I always find whenever I hear someone, oh look, I've just started outdoor, but I played a lot of indoor, I love latching onto those sorts of players immediately, because two things. One, they immediately know the idea of taking green. You've learnt, you know, what the bowl does as far as taking green. You know, the little carpet bowls that you guys play, definitely you have to do that. And the other thing that most indoor bowlers become very proficient at quite quickly is reading heads, because that's something that also is a vital part of the indoor game.
Yeah, certainly. I think I would recommend to any junior bowler, indoor bowls, it's an easier sport to place the ball where you want it to go, because it's just a 24-foot long mat and you're rolling the bowl. You know, it's almost an arm's, it feels like it's an arm length away. So it's an easier sport to place the bowls, but because of that, there's a lot more effective bowls. So it's like a speed course and learning what bowls do when they're hit and sort of how to build the head. So it's helpful, I think, for junior bowlers to play, even dabble in the game, because you just instinctively get that understanding, I think, Dave, which is I found helpful for sure.
Absolutely right. You're dead right. The heads are, you know, I have watched quite a bit of it. I dabbled a little bit with the indoor game, but definitely watched a fair bit of it as well. And it is, head building is such an important part of the indoor game, and also head reading, and you're right, angles that you can play, and how a bowl's going to react when you touch it, if it's locked against another one. All those sorts of things are so important in the indoor game, but they relate to the outdoor version as well. So players who have a good grounding in indoor definitely pick up things very, very quickly when they switch to the outdoor game. So just the one to the Invercargill side on that last end. At least they're scoring, but yeah, they're going to have to get a multiple at some stage.
Dave on the forehand. So yeah, we'll look at the score. What's it, 6-13, so the 10th end, 5 to go after this. It's not absolute panic stations for Invercargill, but like you said, now's when they need to be applying quite a lot of pressure, I think, Dave, to the Gisborne team, and then you have to back the Gisborne team to miss as well. So now certainly is the hour for Invercargill.
Yep, they've got to make their move now, absolutely. And they haven't done it from the leads position on this end, unfortunately for Dave Clark. He's left two bowls pretty short, and when they're short like that, they're out of play. They don't feature in the end at all, apart from perhaps being a nuisance value to both your own team and the opposition, trying to get round them or under them. As this one is going to just come underneath Dave Clark's bowl, finishes jack level, falls backwards, turtles as we call it, and stays there for shot. So Invercargill holding shot at the moment.
On the back end.
Okay, looking to add another one here, holding the shot. He had beautiful speed last time, and that ended up the shot. He just dropped a little bit of weight off, did he? Although that, yeah, just unfortunately a beautiful line that time. Just needed the same speed as his first bowl, but Invercargill holding one.
You've still got a metre of push.
Yeah, good skipping here from Malcolm, isn't it? He's done a lot of stuff right in this game, even when it comes to just the communication with his team.
Very good, very much so. As I mentioned earlier, got a real calm demeanour about him, and nothing seems to faze him too much. Gives good positive feedback to his team.
On the forehand, this isn't far away if he's got the weight right.
He shuts his own short bowl, teammate's short bowl up, made two of it.
Yeah, I wouldn't call that lucky, eh? Because he had lovely weight and he's in the area, so it's actually, it's a good shot.
Yep, absolutely.
You know, when you sometimes you see a shot like that and people go, oh, that was a bit of luck, and it's like, well, if you think about it, he would have actually been unlucky to not get a result. He would have been unlucky to hit that bowl in a place where the two bowls folded out to not be holding the shot. So it's a well played bowl and a good shot, really.
Steve Goldsberry on a pretty good line here too. He's just going to get hooked up on this wing ball. No, he's not. He's underneath it. He's close to getting the jack. Oh, just shaved the jack. He was very much in the area there. Unlucky to still be two down.
As close as he could have been. And Mike Einarson on his backhand now. See that red stickered bowl, the orange bowl at 11 o'clock is holding one. Now, which colour is he bumping up? He's very good at that little shunting shot.
He is. He's played two good ones there, so they'll be holding three now.
I still like you there. You played a nice one. Just a pinch of weight off, mate. Tracks are all good. Yeah, easy.
On this occasion, I'm not sure whether, whilst he's been very positive with the call, I don't know whether at this time it might have been a better option for Malcolm to ask Steve to play down on the backhand. All of those bowls on the backhand, admittedly they're against you, but they're all in the count, apart from the real shortest one. But so there's some more options down there. Playing with just arriving speed, he could have landed on the second shot. There was more options. Whereas on the forehand here, he's just got the dead draw. He can't really use any of those bowls out there.
Requires perfection.
It does.
Beautiful green too.
Just pulled up a smidgen short. It was a good attempt. I just think there might have been a few more options down there on the backhand. Even though it's the opposition bowls over there on that side of the rink, I still think better percentage, more chances, shall we say, down there on the backhand.
I'd be surprised if Malcolm doesn't look at the backhand as an option for his two bowls, as you say, and the bowls he's clunking into are all low over the head, which means you've got a good chance of either them or your collision bowl going through the jack, which is good news if you are the Gisborne Bowling Club. Meanwhile, on the backhand will be the skip for Invercargill. On the forehand, sorry. His delivery, it's like Kelvin Scott, Dave. It's put me off a couple of times.
Just a little bit heavy.
Just looking for the ease of that bowl,
Yeah, on the backhand, as you suggested, reaching with a bit of weight. This is a nice shot if it holds its line.
Yeah, just a bit
hold
tight.
its line.
I like that option though. That was the shot that I was talking about that I think he possibly should have had Steve Goldsberry playing with his last bowl, but he just a bowl tight there. If he'd been a bowl higher, he would have got a result in amongst those red disc bowls.
He does play with nice arriving weight. If you look at his collision bowl, if we think back to the 8 that they scored They got the 8 because Malcolm, with both of his bowls, played weight to keep his collision bowl on the head. His first one was a foot wide and bogged around for 5th or 6th shot, and then his second bowl sat through the shot bowl. Oh, Steve Goldsbury calling Malcolm up to have a look at this head, Dave.
Yeah, it has changed a little bit now because that last bowl from George has sort of given them an option back on the forehand there now too. It's pushed one of his own blue disc bowls, one of Malcolm's own blue disc bowls, and it does give him an option on the back. So a good call from Steve Goldsbury getting Malcolm to come down and have a look at the head. He still likes his original shot on the backhand by the looks of things.
Yeah, it is good to have a look though, isn't it? Because you can see exactly what's going to be happening. So Malcolm's looking at that light blue bowl, a little planty thing. And if he's wide, he's going to wriggle through. He'd be unlucky not to get a result out of this, I think, Dave.
Yeah, well, he can reduce anyhow. It looks like he's possibly 3 down. So if he plays for that gap between the light blue bowl and the darker blue bowl, if he plays and gets in that area there somewhere with ditch running weight, he's going to get some sort of result.
Absolutely. There's lots of good ones on. So it's just about making sure you let it go good. It's the process, isn't it, Dave? Play this bowl well, and then whatever happens is going to happen. Yeah, out of his hand, nice. He's close here, Malcolm Trow.
Oh, he was unlucky, really. Unlucky. Yes, he didn't get any result. So still 3 down, I think. Let's see what the verdict is.
That was a well-played bowl.
Yep, 3 it is. So that brings Invercargill back in the hunt now.
Interesting.
That's the multiple that we were talking about that they needed to get them back in the hunt. Just 4 shots behind now.
Everything right as a trailing team, really, Dave. We've seen them twice be in strife. They dropped that 8, and that's not a fun time out. They had everything right. They chipped away and chipped away and chipped away. Didn't panic, didn't go for any numbers, and they found themselves again a number down in a space where they needed to get a bundle on one of the ends and chip away, and that's exactly what we've seen from this Invercargill team. And now they're trailing 9-13 on the 11th end, and it still feels like it's anyone's game. And for the Gisborne team, it'll be intriguing to watch over the next few ends, because the psychology, if I know if I was in the Gisborne team, I'd be thinking, we've scored an 8 in this game, we've never been losing it. You don't want to really be in a situation where in the last end you could lose, because it's not a fun time.
This end here is a very, very important one for both teams. Whoever scores on this end is going to have their tails in the air again a little bit. You know, if Invercargill score again, they're going to be thinking, right, we are definitely way back into this game after dropping an 8 on the second end. And if Gisborne score, they can sort of relax, well, not relax, but they can definitely say to themselves, well, that's just arrested the little mini run of Invercargill's, and we are now back in a more comfortable position again. So crucial end, this one.
Yeah, interesting. It's been an absorbing game to watch, really. On the forehand.
Interesting to note that Dave Clark from Invercargill threw a full-length end here. Maybe that, obviously a tactical ploy. They felt that that's what they'd like to do. That's where they've had their success.
And it's worked well, to be fair.
Just comes underneath that bowl there, or he gives it a little tap. That'll do the trick. 1 to Invercargill.
The players are looking a little bit warmer now than they were at the beginning, I think, Dave. Like, so marginally more, although this should be nothing for the Invercargill team, you'd think. They'd just about be thinking it's a tropical situation here at the Palace at Royal Oak Bowls.
Going to have to grab the jack here, is he? Oh, he did, but didn't get enough of it, and he's still one down. But he's finished in a good home, though, that bowl. Very good home. Another good result here. Yep, just changed things around a little bit and got 2 out of it.
Try it again, man. Just try it again. Back yourself for the white. You want.
Okay. No mucking around from Malcolm this time. He's asking Arthur Hawes to go jack hunting. If you can move that white, that's good. Just looks to be on the wide side. So a little bit unlucky in Invercargill here. Whilst they did make 2 shots of it, it sort of has made the head look quite pretty for Gisborne to arrive to either land one of the shot bowls or trail the jack. So it's made it a sort of a wider target. So once again, you probably, if you're Invercargill, you're wanting to change this up again here before the opposition do. So the ideal bowl here from Invercargill probably would have been just to tuck the jack around the corner a little bit, or turn one of the shot bowls over so that the head's not looking quite so pretty for the Gisborne side to attack.
Yes, yeah. You want to play,
Here we go.
Play tight under him and arrive onto their bowl.
Yeah, Malcolm.
Yeah, looking.
Yep. Real good.
Calling for some weight on the back end, so you'll be looking to almost miss on the wider side. If it holds, it's good.
Tight, just a little bit tight, but that, yeah. So, well, now that's actually made it better for Invercargill, in my opinion. That's actually reduced the width of the head now, and so it's made it a little bit better for Invercargill. They're still holding a couple of shots, and so the last thing Invercargill will be wanting to do now is stick another one right beside the jack and fatten the head up again and make it a good target for the Gisborne side. He'll be wanting to draw another shot, but he'd be preferable if he can not widen the target. And
oh,
he's done
look
that
at this.
brilliantly. He's done that brilliantly.
Invercargill having a fantastic end. I just feel like they're threatening, don't they, Dave? There's a real chance here for the Invercargill team, and little shake of the head from Mouse. It's an ugly head, he said, with 5 down.
I think he said you got to draw now, mate.
Yeah. Huge bowl.
Yep, so that was a really good bowl from Mike Einarson. Just changed things up for the better for Invercargill, tucking the jack around the corner there, and now it's sort of meant that Gisborne need to try and draw to save now. It's not really a big target to have a go at anything. You could run the risk of having a charge down there on the backhand underneath the short blue disc bowl and trying to get onto the bowls or the jack. There is an option there for a run or a drive if you wished. But the target's not all that wide, and you could get the front shot bowl and just peel that off and you're still 3 down.
Yeah, one of those heads that it suddenly doesn't look inviting. It did a minute and a half ago. It looked fine, Dave. There was nice options on, jack in the ditch, but courtesy of that fantastic shot from the Invercargill 3, tucking the jack around the corner, it just doesn't look like a good time for the Gisborne team, and Malcolm Trowell under some serious pressure here with his 2 bowls.
Especially if George can lob another one in here. It just will add to the pressure for Malcolm.
On the forehand.
He's going to come back off the bank there, but he's probably just a bit heavy. It did end up wide as well, but he was a bit heavy for what he wanted.
Yep.
Oh, he's going to have a run at it. He is going to have a look at that drive on the backhand by the looks of things. So he's looking to reduce the counter if he can. The dream result for him would be to get the jack clean as, but
he's close.
He's in the area.
He's close here. Malcolm Trowell, he's close. He's got one of the bowls out. That's exactly what you said might happen. God, that was a close bowl, Dave.
Just had to miss that front shot bowl and he would have got the jack, but yeah, exactly what I thought may happen did happen. He just peeled the front shot bowl off and has left the other three there. So he's still 3 down. He can now see the jack though, a lot cleaner than what he could with his first bowl. Be interesting to see what his option is here now, whether he has another go. He probably can have another go now. If he drives the jack and he's a bit narrow, he's going to at least remove those 2 bowls just there, although that's changed the head a little bit again, probably to the benefit of Invercargill yet again.
Oh, it's such a hard end to play. It's challenging because, again, it's funny, it's happened to Malcolm a couple of times. He would have been thinking when he called the drive with his first shot that he'd get 2 goes at playing a drive shot. And then George just changed the way the head sat a little bit. There's now gaps for bowls. Malcolm forced to draw with this one. This is such a hard bowl to play, this bowl.
He's pulled up
it's going to be short too. Such a hard bowl to play, and this game suddenly absolutely anybody's to win, Dave.
Now we have a game on our hands big time. Back-to-back numbers for Invercargill, and I think that might have been a 4. Let's just confirm that once the score goes up on the board, but I think that was 4, so we could be all square here at 13 all. Just wait for confirmation of that. And no surprise to see the dot-to-dot attempt again, or has he thrown it too far here? Yes, it's gone in the ditch. They'll be disappointed with that because they just scored on those long ends, and it was a 4.
Yeah, 13 apiece. So we've wasted the first 12 ends of this game, or the first 11 ends, and we're going to see a 4-end playoff all square. And they start again. What a game of bowls this has been to start off the broadcast of the Champion of Champions 4s.
We'll see, we might have both leads throwing the jack out here. One's throwing it in the ditch, and they're just checking that, yes, no, it looks like it's gone out. So the jack now gets placed on the 2 metre mark, which will be to Invercargill's benefit because that's the length that they just tried to throw it, and it's also the length that they just scored the 4 on. So this is playing into Invercargill's hands here at the moment. Just the 4 ends to go now.
One of the key changes we've seen, I think, Dave, is those long ends from the Invercargill team. Just able to get on top early. Like, look at this here from Dave Clark. That's a fantastic shot, isn't it? What a bowl.
Very good opener, very good opener.
So they're leading the 2, just getting on top of the Gisborne leading 2, you feel, over the last few ends, and we've seen Steve and Malcolm have to do a bit of work, and again we see, look at this, just an ineffective bowl. Be a frustrating time for the Gisborne team here. They scored an 8, remember, they've been winning the entire game, they've been in front, now they find themselves all square in a must-win game, and they've only got 4 ends to go.
Huge momentum shift. Absolutely, last 2 ends, 7 shots to Invercargill. A big momentum shift as another good bowl here from Dave Clark, and he set the CC. He's done his job as the lead again. 2 very, very handy bowls.
Peter Clay on the forehand. If he can stay up on the rink, it's a good bowl. Past and on the rink. That's a good enough shot there, really. That could well and truly come into play by the end of this end.
Absolutely. So Graham Thompson now, he's playing on the forehand as well. His lead's done his job, so he'll be looking to just slip round the back as well. If he stays on, that'll be another very, very good bowl too. Yes, that's good.
That's fantastic
So we
stuff.
Yeah, that's a very good bowl. Oh, he missed his line here again. Arthur's just missed his line and dropped it short as well. So these long ends do look like they're finding the Gisborne guys, forcing them to struggle a little bit. Whereas Invercargill have latched onto them, and that's been the big momentum shift in the game.
Well and
Another
truly.
handy one here.
And you can see just the effectiveness of the first 4 or 5 bowls of this Invercargill team has really stepped up probably in the last 5 ends, I think, and we saw Gisborne salvage a couple of times, but they've just started to fall off a little bit. Although it's only going to take one bowl, Dave. They just need one good bowl, get back on the ledger, throw a short end, and they'll feel okay about things.
So Malcolm here asking Arthur to play with some weight to arrive to sort of get to these bowls, and he's played it pretty well. He's unlucky that he didn't get that bowl more fully, and he would have been hanging around. So it was close to being exactly what Malcolm Trowell was after there.
Mike Einarson, who we've seen find his way in this game in the last half, struggled at the beginning, but has played some really telling bowls. Again on the forehand, and again he's pretty close. He's got the jack.
What's that done? That he probably didn't want that, really. He's gone from a head that was very, very well set up for them. He didn't want that at all. So that'll still be the shot. But it's given Gisborne a chance, because the jack's now out in the open a bit more than what it was before. And they're only 1 down instead of being 3 down. So he's a bit unlucky there, was Mike.
Just getting the jack so square, and of course on artificial, a heavy jack's going to run away from the bowl a little bit more than it might otherwise. Steering this one down. So the jack is out of screenshot really. It's probably the bottom right corner of your screen. So this bowl, depending on the weight, might be a bit far away.
Quick, is he? Ooh,
look at that.
Close if he pulls up.
Oh no, it kept going. I'd usually say you can blame the greenkeeper, but there's no greenkeeper to blame in this situation. On the forehand again.
Yeah, Mike playing the forehand because George has asked him to try and sit on a blue bowl out the back there that might be second shot, but he looks like he might be a bit tight to... Yeah, he's looking for that blue bowl, which is just off the jack. So Steve doesn't need to make much of an adjustment here. Play a similar bowl to his last one. He only just went into the ditch last time. The big challenge now is to not overcorrect here and try and take too much weight. Well, if you're trying to take speed off, you only just fell into the ditch. You try and make an adjustment. The danger is you'll drop miles short. So let's see if he can
play the same bowl, eh?
Same
bowl.
Essentially,
just sort of same shot.
Not a bad effort, not a bad effort. He's given another handy bowl anyhow. They're just checking here whether it's 1 or 2.
Decisions. I saw a shake of the head, or a nod of the head, sorry, not a shake. I don't know if that's I don't know what he was agreeing to.
The other thing we've got to take into account here too, Alex, is the time limit. 2¼ hours. We're probably about 25 minutes or so to go, I'd imagine, around about that, I would think. And we should just about get all the ends in, may not.
Now, I can't recall any, there's been no kills that I can think about. I don't think there's been any kills in this game, so it should be about right. We should get it finished. It's only when the kills start happening that it can become a challenge. And Invercargill.
So that was a very good attempt there from George. He's trying to sit the blue bowl into the ditch, which is the one that's possibly holding him out of another couple of shots, but he was just a bowl high and sat his own, one of his own bowls into the ditch, so he's a bit unlucky as we see a bit of aggression here.
Is he going to connect? He's going to connect with something. Yes. What a bowl. I think. What happened? Is he? I saw one bowl go in the ditch.
That's not rev anything much, George. Just try and draw it in, mate.
Why have they left it in the ditch? Was it a toucher?
It was a toucher. That was the bowl that trailed the jack.
Oh, goodness. Well, I take that for a statement, perhaps.
Well, it's hard to tell whether it's the shot. The angles are very, very difficult with a bowl in the ditch to know exactly who has got shot now.
Wouldn't want to call it, but certainly was right in the area, Malcolm Trout. How's this one?
Oh, it's all right, mate. It's all right.
Now, here's where we might learn.
Yeah. So only one down, eh? No, that's a toucher in the ditch. Yeah. So he didn't move as much, did he?
So I think two, Invercargill holding two. Two down, he says.
Yep.
Well, what do you do, Dave? What's the call?
Well, I think just drawing on the back end, the light blue bowl with the blue disc on it is in the running. That was Steve Goldsberry's bowl from earlier on. If he can just play to just beat that or tap it a little bit closer, he's a possibility of getting at least second shot.
How's the weight?
That was the blue bowl. He just went past it. He's gone into the ditch. Just went past that blue bowl there, the light blue bowl. That would have been, he had good speed to have just landed that bowl and punched it in for shot, but he was a bowl too high, as we see them just confirm that this is two.
No.
Yep, two it is.
And we see for the first time in this match, Invercargill have taken the lead, 15 points to 13. What a game of bowls this has been. 28 points scored and 13 ends.
So we've played 12 ends, and it's quite amazing. Invercargill, on the number of ends won, definitely deserved to be in front. They've won 8 out of the 12 ends, and it was just that big 8 that they dropped on the second end that has kept, that means Gisborne are still in the hunt here. But Invercargill have won the last 4 ends, and they've thrown the long jack again, and that's what's done the trick for them. Playing those longer ends has definitely brought them right back into the game and got them the lead.
Oh, great stuff really from the Invercargill team. It would have been easy on a couple of occasions to just not throw the towel in, but just go through the motions, I think, Dave. You know, if they dropped an 8 and they spent a long time clawing that back, then they dropped a 3 or a 4 and were well down again, it would have been easy just to go, oh, maybe today isn't the day for us, but they have fought and dug deep and done everything right, and they find themselves now 2 up, and it's because of bowls like that Dave just played at 12 o'clock. They've just started off so well over these last 5 or 6 ends, and that there, great shot.
Definitely, Dave has nailed these long ends, and he's got things on the roll big time for Invercargill, throwing the jack beautifully, and then nailing it with his definitely his first bowl. First bowl effectiveness on these long ends from Dave has been outstanding, and he's pretty close with this one. At least it's going to be, if not round, he's round there, going to land that shot bowl. 2 very, very good bowls again from Dave Clark. He set things up on these longer ends for Invercargill, and the rest of the guys have followed him big time. So good stuff from Dave Clark here.
So we see Peter Clay on the forehand. If his weight's right, it's a very good bowl. He's got beautiful green. Just out of the count.
Not a bad reply all the same.
Okay. Yeah, that.
Graham Thompson now with the Royal Oak Bowls cap. A height of fashion.
Too much fair, matey.
Stay here, mate. Stay here. Swing it in.
On the backhand side, playing to a foot that Malcolm has given.
Just got the running. He's not too bad. Oh, it's just going to pull up. Just, yeah, short of a gallop, but if he had the right speed, that wouldn't have been too far away. Graham Thompson looking to try and get one round the back and stay on. Last time he went in the ditch, and he's close. You know, that's a good bowl. Good home, very good. Got the furthest back bowl. So once again, the Invercargill team, they're doing their jobs. You know, Dave Clark getting two very, very handy bowls. Graham Thompson get one round the back. First one he was a bit heavy, but he made the adjustment with the second one, has got the back bowl in place. So now it's going to
hold
be
up. Oh dear.
Mike Eineson's turn, and he's got to now he'll be looking to draw another shot here. They've got a good handy one, another really good handy shot here is what the doctor ordered. Has he got the running? No, short.
And again, work to do for Steve Goldsbury. You know, they'll be wanting to try and find a way to score on this end, but you've got three short bowls, not a great deal of position as the media wall just about tries to fly off in the background. And that's what Malcolm's saying is, look, we need to get position first. So he's asking Steve just to draw on his forehand, either the shot or just a bit past, and then you can do something, but it's so hard to find a shot to play. Trying to build the head with your threes bowls is not an advisable, that's not usually a good sign, Dave, as we see Steve here on his forehand.
He's in the area here, very close.
Really good bowl.
Just gone through a metre, but yeah, another handy bowl on the head anyhow, at least it's in play. It's an option, it increases the options that you're giving yourself and your skip.
That's interesting, that shot, because it's, I mean, it was not the ball he was looking to play, but if we look a bit further down the track, the backhand for Malcolm isn't looking that inviting anymore.
Looks to be on a tighter line here. It's going to run away across the head here, I think, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Pretty good speed again, just maybe going a little bit, obviously, but yeah, he's... So, definitely Malcolm Trowell's got problems again here. He might only be the one down, but it's an ugly head to get to. Not a really, the only option he's got is to try and draw the shot, really. There's not a lot else on for him. So advantage Invercargill again as the skips go to the mat. Graham will be trying to draw another shot here. Everything else is good. There's no pockets of danger anywhere that he needs to cover, so he'll be looking to draw another shot.
On the back
He's
end.
close too. Very,
that's
very
a good
close.
shot. And here we go, Malcolm. You got 2 bowls, nothing on. You just got to draw as close as you can. 2 goes at it. Huge moments in this game. Out of the hand, pretty good.
Yep.
On the forehand side, lovely delivery, Malcolm Trout.
Just a bit quick. Well, looks of things. Yeah, there it is, just coming into view down the back there. Same again from George Amos here. Draw another shot. He's on another very good line. I wonder about the speed.
But again, he's blocked up the forehand draw, so it's a poor bowl that's actually gone brilliantly for the Invercargill team, because, again, Malcolm's shots changed. And it's not like he's got a lot of shots to choose from here, Dave.
No, there's not a lot on for him. And that bowl, you're right, is going to be in his eye on the draw, but it's all he's got, the draw. I can't see any other option. He's 2 down. He can't get rid of the 2 bowls. They're miles apart. The 2 shots are well separated. The head's lying beautifully for Invercargill.
Play up onto that one, pushing that through, and you could roll through with it. Can't get anything off after the short one on the side here.
They're looking
to manufacture a shot.
At least if you are going to do that, at least you're picking a bowl.
Yep. Yep. He's looking to really manufacture a shot here, and he's that sort of desperation stakes here, looking for. He's going to go up and have a look, which is a good idea, so that he.
Yeah. Got to find something, and it's hard to find something. Malcolm was pointing at that bowl, wasn't he? That's at 2 o'clock. That blue bowl, and off that, if you got the right angle, you might cannon out the shot bowl or get into the jack.
Yeah, but they're a long way apart, so that's a very, very hard shot, and there's a lot of luck involved in getting the absolute right angle there. So I don't believe that's a good option in here. There's not a lot going for him here, as he can see he's struggling himself to even see what's the best shot to play here. He is going to looks like he is going to take that option that he called for when he was down on the mat and play some searching weight down, looking to use an angle off of that short bowl.
Yeah, it's hard. It'd almost be tempting to go through the red bowl that you see at 11 o'clock. If you get that square, you clear 2 of the bowls out, might follow through for 1. I don't know, Dave. You've got to find something. Yeah, no, it's one of those hideous ends, isn't it?
It's an ugly head for him. It really is.
On the back end, Malcolm Trout has tried to find something here. He's stalking it. He pointed at that bowl. That's the one he wants to come off. He wants to come off that one there. Little feather. Oh, that's a good bowl.
Might have got second shot out of it. Yep.
Yeah, fair call. I think that's just about as well as it could have gone, Dave. I don't think there was much on there.
Actually, if he had just missed that bowl, if he hadn't have got the feather, he was on a pretty good line to actually dead draw it.
Yeah.
We see the scoreboard there. It's not quite. Now we're right. So Invercargill scored the 1 there. So Invercargill scored the 1 shot there. So they're on 16. The scoreboard's not quite right on our screen. I think 16 to 13. I think the score should be. And unfortunately for Dave Clark, he threw the jack in the ditch there.
So here's the first chance Gisborne's got. They'll be wanting to throw a short end here and say, no, we still have something. There's another twist left in this tail of an end. That's the penultimate end. They're trailing by 3. Got to score the next 2.
Probably threw it a little bit further than he wanted. He might have even thrown it out. Oh, he has. He's thrown it out. That's a shame. You can see that a bit of frustration there from Malcolm. He was a bit disappointed. They threw the jack out, so now Invercargill can get back to their favourite long end.
Yeah.
See if Dave Clark can keep up his excellent first bowl effectiveness that he's shown over the last 3 or 4 ends with these dot-to-dot lengths. Can he do it again?
You spoke at the beginning.
Yes,
he
can.
You spoke at the beginning about good leads, Dave, and I think Dave Clark has just shown exactly what you get when you have a lead who's able to find consistency over a number of ends. He's probably done 7 ends in a row where he's been really effective, and the pressure's just dominoed all the way through, hasn't it? We've seen Invercargill really dominate the last 6 or 7 ends worth of scoring in this game.
Once they went to these long ends, Dave just hit his straps. Away he went, and he's just smothered the jack from the leads position, and you're dead right. It's just given Invercargill the ascendancy right from the word go. Good to see, though, that on this occasion, Peter Clay has responded, and he's drawn the shot himself, as Dave's a bit heavy-handed this time. He's going to go all the way into the ditch. So Peter Clay responded this time and has drawn the shot. But Dave Clark got a very, very good handy second there. Now the other thing, Alex, is this going to be the last end? How's our time? I wonder if we can ascertain exactly what the situation.
7 minutes to go, so 15 seconds.
This could be the last end.
Yeah, that adds a different dynamic to it. Now still have the time on his watch, I'm sure. Look at this. This could be doing something. Just diving away.
Another handy bowl, though.
XG's will help.
Yeah, that orange bowl at 6 o'clock is good for the Gisborne team, as we see Arthur on his forehand side be really wanting to have the running here. Disappointing because it's nice green, isn't it?
Yep.
But not the weight.
Worst part about that is that it's landed right smack in front of the jack. So later on in the end, if Malcolm Trowell or Steve Goldsberry's wanting to play weight, looking for the jack or something like that, at the moment they won't be doing that because they're holding shot. But that short bowl of Gisborne's there is right in the line to stop any attempt to attack the jack.
Absolutely. So correction time for Arthur on his forehand. You can see his first bowl there, 12 o'clock to the jack, probably a match short. And this bowl here, he's made a correction. How far back is it going to get? He's got 2 claps from Mouse. Sit down, he says. There it goes, should be holding 2. Maybe.
Yep, close. Nice draw shot here for Mike. If he can be arriving, looking to land the shot bowl or just pick the jack up. He's got a waiting bowl there. He's played it with a bit too much weight. Arriving weight, we mean sort of keeping your bowl on the rink, definitely, but making sure you arrived. So just 1 to Gisborne at the moment. More than likely going to be the last end, although hard to tell. They might get another end in.
Yeah, they're not showing any signs of urgency, are they? So it'll be interesting to see. On the back end.
A little bit quick again. I think he might stay on though. Yeah, he did. Could have its uses.
It's on the rink and it's past the head, so that's two good things. On the forehand.
Oh, good effort there.
Oh, good shot.
Just a metre off your last.
Definitely second shot. So very good bowl there from Mike Einarson.
You almost want to,
second.
if you're Gisborne, if the time is, you know, reasonable, you want to just push through this end, see if you can score one or two. A three is a bit more challenging here, but if you just make sure you're not mucking around, kick it through, make sure you get that next end in. Now two's very doable here, as we see Steve on his backhand, looking to rest that blue bowl. He's close to it as well, Dave. What's going to happen here?
Yeah, good shot.
Oh, good shot.
Good shot, holding two shots now. Has given George Amos from Invercargill an option down there on the backhand now, playing for the split. And any jack movement back, remembering that, oh no, that might not be a good option actually, because I think it's the Gisborne crew that have got the back bowls. So so George won't be wanting to shift the jack back. He's not even going to play that hand. He's going to play on his backhand. Obviously just looking to draw as close as he possibly can. Try and draw the shot. He's in the area here. He's close.
Interesting. Interesting. Very interesting.
Oh, good shot.
What a bowl.
Very good shot.
That's staggeringly good stuff there. The jack out, you can see it just to the left of your screen.
Two down he was, and he's converted it now. I think he's probably holding a few now.
Had to be within a few inches there as well. So he got the jack. So we see Mel
great
backhand. Gisborne team trailing by 3. This is going to be short. Desperately will want to score, or just 1 point here is enough. Look at that, a lot of red stickers around there, Dave.
There is a lot of red.
And in serious trouble here. And there's the whistle. There's the time. I've got 1 minute after the bell, I've been told.
Second or two there, but I'm back again now.
Oh, hello, welcome. I was off my own world. So we think they've got about 40 seconds left. And I would suggest that's not enough time. Oh, maybe it is enough time.
If it gets killed, so it's replay. Well, he doesn't know that. He won't listen. Now, time's up. No, he's given us an extra minute because we were late starting. Listen.
Oh.
That's great. That's great. Malcolm here on the back end.
Play an extra minute.
So we'll see another end here. Let's see if Mal's, he's got his bowl square. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
That's enough.
5 rolls in for the shot.
Another end play now. Pete. and talk to the tournament. Just throw the kitty up first. Talk to the tournament controller.
It's another end.
Okay, so a little bit of discussion about whether there is actually another end to go.
Yeah. There is. I would just apply some common sense, to be honest, Dave, and just play this game out. Let's be reasonable. They'll having a conversation, so we'll just sit back and wait for an answer.
So the upshot of it is that Gisborne scored 1 there, so it's now 16-14 with 1 end to play.
Yes.
Let's just see whether they are going to be allowed to play this last end. No, it looks like they're shaking hands.
Yes.
Confusion, unfortunately.
Oh, I've just heard Sue say carry on. I really want to see the last end, to be fair. It's been such a good game of poles, it'd be a shame for it to finish on the penultimate end. There we go. Reasonable stuff. And so the game continues. 16-14. Gisborne trailing by 2. This first ball here. Good stuff. Good first ball. And Dave, who's been playing so well on his forehand. Drawing the shot as it continues. He's playing such good bowls this last 9 or 10 ends.
Okay, just having the odd issue down here.
Oh, you're back.
I'm back again now, yes. Fortunately, the very last end.
Oh, it'd be a bad time to go for a walk.
Yeah, just a couple of technical issues, but I'm back again now. So, and once again, a very good opening from Dave Clark.
Great shot. We did have last week in the triples, Dave, Mark Noble got a bit excitable in the final end, and next end he muted himself. So that was a good start. As we see on the backhand. Here we go.
Playing with a little bit of weight here.
Oh, it's a bit unlucky to find fresh air.
So the Gisborne team needed 2, and so far it's not. Once again, an excellent head from Dave Clark. Very, very good head. He's led exceptionally well over the last 7 or 8, 9 ends of this game. So Gisborne, and that's a very good bowl also from Graham Thompson. He's stuck one round the back. So we talked about the roles of the players in their respective teams, and Dave Clark has definitely done his job. And Graham Thompson obviously getting his bowl round the back of the head has also done his part, as we see one of the shots removed there. So
Here we go on the forehand.
Needing a 2.
And 2 would be enough, wouldn't it, Dave? Because the draws are played out in this, so you need 3 out of 4 games of section play to qualify, and draws are played out. So for Gisborne, the equation is 2. We mentioned earlier, but I'll remind viewers, this is a must-win game for both Invercargill and Gisborne, and I know as a viewer, I certainly want to see them play another end coming back towards the clubhouse, Dave. 16 apiece. It won't get better than that.
Would be an extra end to decide it would be amazing. But yes, you're right. Whoever loses this game, their tournament's pretty much over. They can't qualify for the post-section side of things, having both lost their first round matches. So it's a vital last end here for both teams.
I think it'd be a really disappointing loss for either. I think Invercargill and Gisborne have both had this game at different times in the palm of their hand. So whichever team loses this, it's one of those games you'd come out the loser of thinking, oh, if only, it's frustrating for either, I think. Invercargill with a better head at the moment.
Meter too much weight there from Mike Einarson on that occasion, but you're right, they're holding 1 and a look, possibly 2 still. Definitely got the important one, and that's the shot itself. Steve Goldsbury coming down to have a look at the head. Not quite sure if by the laws, the rules of the conditions of play of this tournament, whether he's allowed to come down. He actually hasn't come down. He stopped halfway and
yeah, so technically he's fine. No, technically it's all good. That's a clever way of getting around that, isn't it? We'll just meet each other halfway up the rink. It's fine. There you go. So Invercargill holding 1.5, the orange bowls, and Steve on his backhand.
trying to draw the shot. If not get the shot, then get a nice, real handy second. At the moment, a wee bit far flung to Gisborne bowls, and he's drawn it pretty well here. Very, very good bowl. If it's not the shot, it's a very, very good second.
Great shot, really. Makes the two much more doable because it means Malcolm only has to be effective with one of his bowls. Mike on his forehand. Down he says.
Just a bit quick again. He's been struggling to hold them back after the Invercargill guys have been playing those long ends, and then unfortunately for them, well, actually Gisborne won the last end, didn't they? So they got to dictate the length, and that's why they've shortened it up, obviously. And it's just found Mike Einarson out there. He was far too heavy with both of his bowls.
Big moments here for Malcolm Trowell. His team trailing by 2. You'd think on the backhand, wouldn't you?
Very, very important bowls. Yeah, look, a backhand shot here, definitely. Backhand draw, beat your own bowl, or it's not. We're not sure who's got the shot there, but if he can just touch the jack, he'll make 2 of it for sure. He's not going to do it with that one, though, unfortunately.
Down to his last bowl then, Dave. Tension building here.
So George will be looking to draw in as close as he possibly can to try and reduce the chances of Gisborne getting the 2 that they need. He looks like he might have thrown it out a little bit wide. He had good speed too. Now there's a chance here. Little touch on the jack, or if he sits the shot bowl
either
and stays there, he'll have his 2. Well, they're asking him to trail the jack. Trail the jack for 3 by the sounds of things, so that's definitely the option. Trail, just touch the jack. It's going to be definitely 2 or 3, or if he's a little bit tight and lands on the shot bowl, he's not going to be tight though. He's definitely out there.
Willing it
back
in.
Back of this bowl.
Get it square.
is he giving it enough?
Oh,
No,
not
he
enough.
hasn't. No,
It's
he
not
hasn't.
enough. And that's it. So congratulations to the Invercargill team of George Amos, Mike Ineson, Graham Thompson and Dave Clark for defeating the Gisborne team there, 18 points to 14. It was a tale of trial and tribulations, really. We saw an 8 scored early on and down for a long time with the Invercargill team, but they fought back and keep their hopes alive. So well done to them. And thank you, Dave, for joining me in commentary. What are your thoughts on that game before we cut to the highlights?
Yeah, look, an amazing game, as you say. That 8 on the second end really put the cat among the pigeons, didn't it? It created a real struggle for Invercargill, and but they took full credit to them. They hung in there, and then they had a real burst. Got the jack through the long ends, and Dave Clark really came onto his game at lead, and they scored on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 consecutive ends, a 1, a 3, a 4, a 2, and a 1, and got them into the lead. And they hung on. So a great comeback from Invercargill. Interesting game of fours. Swings and roundabouts it was, and momentum swings, but it was definitely an enjoyable game. Really enjoyed it.
Yeah, great stuff, and thanks, Dave. And just before we cut to the highlights of that game, the viewers will be back at about 2:30, maybe slightly after that, and we're going to watch the defending champions, Darren Gooden, Adam Collins, Roger Hassel and Nathan Gooden, take on the Mount Maunganui combination of Nick Tomset, Paul Anderson, Nathan Arledge and Eric Patello. We'll see you then.
Think age is just a number. Love the life you choose at Somerset Retirement Villages.
Hello and welcome to the Bowls New Zealand YouTube coverage of the Somerset Champion of Champions Fours, broadcasting live here from the Palace at Royal Oak Bowls. My name is Alex Reid and I'm joined in commentary today by Mark Noble. And before I ask him a question, I'll tell you who we're watching, and you can see there one of them, Nick Tomset on the right of your screen from Mount Maunganui, Bowls Mount Maunganui. His 3 will be Paul Anderson. His 2, Nathan Arledge, and lead Eric Patello, are taking on the defending champions for this National Champion of Champions title, Darren Gooden, Adam Collins, Roger Hassel, and Nathan Gooden from the Paratutu Bowling Club. I think it's going to be a good game. What are you expecting to see, Mark?
Yeah, both teams here are actually netting the win, so they both lost their opening round games very closely. I think Paratoot was 11-7, and the other game, I'm not sure the exact score, but there was 2 that if. So, yeah, both teams have a lot to ride on this game. So I think, yeah, Mount Maunganui losing 16-14.
It's going to be a game with all the shots, I suspect. Both these teams are very capable, and this is not a bad second bowl here. Now, if we look at that sticker, it's multicoloured, so the Mount Maunganui team's got the multicoloured sticker, and Paratutu playing with the red stickers, as we see Nathan Gooden there on his forehand.
Pretty good here too. Nice reply, Alex. So pretty interesting last game, Alex, from what I'm hearing. An 8 scored and a team getting an 8 and losing.
Yeah. I think we said at the very end of that match that whichever team lost would be disappointed, because they both would have had aspects of that game that they felt like meant they deserved the win. But we did see Invercargill drop an 8 early on, and they were well down, almost down and out. It's the halfway mark or slightly past that, but fight, and they ended up winning that game. I think they were 2 up last year and scored a 1, so a good win to the Invercargill team, but the Gisborne team will be bitterly disappointed, I'm sure. Oh, what's happened there? Jeez.
Slice of luck, eh? So clearly very windy there today in Auckland. I see they've taken down the Somerset sign.
Yeah, I think it turned into more of a kite near the end of that game, so safest just to have it rolled up. Oh, good start here. So Roger Hassel here on his forehand. Won the New Zealand Fours in 2013 as part of a team with Rowan Brassey. He's a name that, I mean, he's not too bad, is he, Mark? And Bo Prideaux and Brett Hassel as well.
Yeah, that's Roger's been around for a wee while and had his fair share of titles, not just in Taranaki, but outside of Taranaki as well.
Paul Anderson on the forehand. Were you disappointed with that bowl, I think, Mark?
Yeah, a wee bit, I think.
See Adam Collins on his backhand.
Coming to a good area here.
Yeah.
what we would call jack high, I think, in New Zealand.
Which we know is the right way to say it. The Australians, of course, with their own special little system, as we see Paul here on the forehand again. Reasonable line, or reasonable rate just under the line, sorry.
Yeah, no, I think he was in the area there. Just maybe either a fraction more green or another yard of weight would have held up for that.
Adam Collins here on his backhand.
Head into another good home, not far away with us. Could be fourth shot, I would think.
Of course, a kill is a kill in this format, although there is a time limit. So, although a kill is a kill, you do sort of, I suppose, run down the amount of ends you can play, Mark.
Yeah, look, I think I saw in the last game, on that very last end, there was a bit of confusion about whether they should be playing the last end, where the hooter clearly went early and then, well, went on time, but the team were told they still had a minute. But there was some confusion between the two teams about whether they should be or shouldn't be playing that end.
This game, we'll have no doubt, because they started when the hooter went. So when the hooter goes again, that's that's an indication that the time is up. Darren here. Very good bowler.
Just try and play there, mate. Draw them there. Get a little. I mean, understand now. Yeah. Try and squeeze it back in here, mate. Over to you.
So Paul switching Nick to the backhand side.
Yeah, I don't think it matters what hand he plays this on. It's just to get hold of the jack a fraction. One down's not the end of the world here.
It was nice Wadey played that with too, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's nice Wadey gets jack. He'll only ever be one down wherever it spills to. So happy days, I guess, from that perspective. And Darren looks a little bit under the line here.
Yes, neither here nor there on that end, is it? You've seen that the 1 point's going to go to the Paratutu team. So still finding their way, both these teams, and that won't worry either one of them, that 1 point, I don't think.
No, it's all about just trying to keep in touch these first few ends and build on some confidence and just chuck bowls in the area and see how it goes.
So Nathan on his forehand.
Looks like he's left the chalk on.
Yeah, he was confident. Free chalker. On 4 Taranaki titles. Eric Patello there on his forehand as well.
Doesn't seem to be any hand difficult. They both seem like you can draw a shot on them, Alex. It looks pretty good.
Yeah, certainly in that last game we watched 15 ends of bowls, and I didn't notice either team favouring one hand or the other. They were pretty consistent on both sides. We did see the Invercargill team start throwing long ends, 2 metre to 2 metre, and that probably was in their favour, but that was nothing to do with the rink and a lot to do with just the team's preferences. So it's a nice broadcast rank I think we've got for this week, and it should mean we get to see some pretty good bowls.
Yeah, bowl, bud.
Some nice
Good
correction
shot.
there.
Roger. On his forehand. Very effective bowler. I'm happy with that as a start.
Yeah, the last bowl's on a good home, and as we talk about the V past the jack, that's right in that area, and especially in fours in particular, a game where bowls and play become more important.
Yeah, good home there.
On his forehand again.
Yeah, good green again, I think.
Yeah, good bowl. So this team, this Paratutu team, won the New Zealand Champion Fours last year when it was played out of Bowls Hastings. I was participating in that event and we played the Paratutu team, and my main recollection is how effective Roger Hassel was at 2. Very, very consistent and very frustrating to play Mark because he was just always there or thereabouts.
Yeah, like I said, Roger, he will chuck a lot of bowls in the playing zone, and that's all the skip, actually, all he really needs. Because if you chuck 2 bowls a yard past or a yard in that yard area, the skip can start moving the jack around and make 3s and 4s.
Adam Collins here on his backhand. Yeah, pretty good bowl.
Yeah, mate. He's a bowl low.
Now you see all the bowls past the jack come into play because of the 2 bowls closest to the jack are just a fraction short, so you can work off those and trail jack for both teams here. He's got the shot bowl, I think.
Willing it to hold. Oh, half a bowl out of a much better result. Running it out. Adam Collins, this is a good bowl too. Yeah, 2 handy shots there, really.
You can draw where we are.
You can see in that area, just past the jack, Alex, there's 4 bowls in really, really good spots. And if Darren can just draw a chalker, he'll make 5 shots here. So it's pretty important that Paul gets one in here and mixes it up a little bit. Maybe promotes one of these bowls through would be good.
Got that full clean run.
So you can see there are 5 red disc bowls to the left of the screen, and if the jack gets picked up, they will all come into play.
That will certainly be a panic stations moment.
Yeah, and the good thing for Darren, if he misses twice, he's only ever 1 down.
So it's a nice positive bowl to play, isn't it? It's lots of reward for not a huge amount of risk. That's what we'll expect to see him play. Line it up. Is he? Oh, he's on his forehand. Oh, what hand's he on?
I think he's on the backhand here, mate. Yeah, he's on the backhand.
I was expecting to see the backhand, and then he was really square on the mat, and I thought, what's happening?
Close for the trail. He has got
beautiful.
Got this for 5 or 6.
Absolute perfection.
A little bit far, but he still made 3.
Yeah. If he'd been playing with a normal outdoor jack, that would have stopped where it was supposed to. If you look at where the collision bowl stopped, that was a lovely shot from Darren Gooden.
And it does put the acid on Nick to actually draw a shot here. He's played it pretty good unless he's in the ditch.
Yeah,
he might be in the ditch yet. He
Oh.
is.
I thought it was going to stop in time. Darren being called on his forehand as well. Smooth out of the hand.
He's got a nice delivery, Darren. And this should be counting if it doesn't go too far. He's played it pretty good.
Great shot.
2 great bowls from him. And Nick will just be looking to get second shot here. Doesn't need the shot bowl.
Oh, needs a curling broom. Still
I
going.
wonder if he'll be in. Will he be in the rink? He must be in the rink.
Must be.
No, he's in the rink.
They need to panic.
It's a nice save. Yeah, well, a nice save from Nick there. He could have been 4 down, I would think. But some good skip bowls, Alex, and that's what they pay them the big dollars for, as they say.
Absolutely. Nathan on the forehand. Of course, if you do want to find the results up to this point, they're available on the Bowls New Zealand website and our Facebook page via Bowls Hub. There should be a big tile that says Champion of Champions. Great shot there from Eric Botello. If you click on that, you'll get access to the results, and I think they've played 2 or 3 rounds worth now, so you can have a look. The women today playing at Pukekohe, men here at the Palace at Royal Oak Bowls. And plenty of great teams and plenty of very interesting results to check out there. 2 whole days of competition to go. Well,
Really
leading, isn't it?
There. Yeah, just foot odd behind the jack, and the other bowls that actually win the games, because all jack movements, as we've seen in the last end, they all come into play. All the bowls just past the jack. And so if we look there, the red bowl on the right-hand side may be the shot, but the 2 bowls just past the jack, just so good for teams to move the jack around to.
Nathan Arledge on his forehand side. Bowls player, plenty player of the year this season. He's had a good one. Been in the intercentre team probably for 3 or 4 years now. Great shot.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
I played a little bit with Nathan when I was in Tauranga, Mark, and again he was just someone very, very steady, very good under pressure. One you'd rather have in your team than against you. And there, yeah, from the Gate Park Bowling Club, you can see it in the thumbnail. That's where we all used to play. It's now just a green space and sadly missed as a club. Where did you first play, Mark? What was your first outdoor bowling club?
I joined the Batoni Bowling Club, which there was a Batoni Central Bowling Club and a Batoni Bowling Club. So dare I say, back in those days, they had age restrictions, and since I was only 16, I wasn't allowed to join Petone Central, so I had to join Petone. So we are talking the 1970s, so guess we can get where that comes from.
One of the things that's no longer in the game, thank goodness.
Yes, it would stop a lot of our younger players of today if they weren't allowed to join bowling clubs. And I think it's that bad, Alex. Back in those days, it was 3 years juniors. There was nothing like development or anything like that. So you just got 3 years, and then you were in playing with the big boys, as I say. Nice ball here.
He plays that shot really well, doesn't he? You just sit through a bowl, square, and hang around with your collision bowl.
Yeah, it's a really good head here for the Mount Maunganui team. Well, that's a good result. And just one bowl like that just changes the whole situation. Now Paratoot have at least 2 or 3 seconds now.
And the pressure flipping back to Paul to make this bowl count as well on his forehand side. Willing it to hold. It's trying.
Yeah, he's not bad here.
Good bowl. 2 good bowls.
Yep.
Well,
the Petone Bowling Club? Correct, yes.
in the top right corner there, the pavilion of the Petone Bowling Club.
Used to be headquarters, sorry Alex, used to be headquarters for Bowls Wellington for probably about 10 to 20 years as well. So we'll have weight here from down. He'll be looking to get the jack into the ditch or reduce the count, I would think.
Very effective at this shot. Oh, he doesn't like it. He thinks he's wide. Panic. Oh. Well, could have gone worse. His collision boss hung around.
Yeah, and he still has another couple of seconds, thirds rather.
Probably the way he didn't want to miss, though, is it, Mark? He would have been thinking to himself, I'm better to miss narrow than wide here.
Yeah, we always say it's best to miss narrow. Mainly because you can get results when you're narrow. We normally don't get many good results being wide. This is a good shot of the jack, just moves a fraction, not too far.
I've got a bit of chalk.
I think Darren will still go this. He's got, looks like 2 thirds, or at least 3rd and 5th.
Yeah, may as well. The weight he played was lovely, wasn't it?
Sounds like they want less weight, I think, here, Alex.
Interesting.
I think he's quite safe with bigger weights here. Yep, he's still playing fairly quick at this. He doesn't like it.
Interesting. It's a fascinating game, isn't it? Because Darren Gooden is one of those players where if you said to him, you've got a 3-bowl target and 10 goes at it, he'd probably hit it 9 times out of 10, and we've seen 2 misses there.
I guess the joys of the game we play is we can't always get them.
That's it's frustrating, isn't it? It's not fair. Yeah, I know. Just a bowl wide.
Yeah, I think in practice he would probably hit 8 or 9 out of 10. But of course, once we get to the whole game situation, the whole thinking gets a little bit different.
Absolutely. So instead we see a situation where we're all square now after 3 ends of the 15 that we'll play. And while we're waiting the jack to go up, let's just have a look at some results from the last couple of rounds. See there's the men's one. So remember, 3 out of 4 games gets you to qualify. So Birkenhead Bowling Club looking good at 2 out of 2. Drury Hill 2 out of 2. Elmwood 2 out of 2. That's a good team. Feely Bowling Club 1 each way. Same as Andersons Bay and Alexandra. So that's still a chance. And still a chance as well. George Amos, 1 up, 1 down. And then we get the players or the teams who've had a bye running through. So Tokuroa, Palmerston North, Manyarewa, Kaitaia, and Miramar, all still well and truly a chance at 1 win, as well as the Onirahi Bowling Club with Dean McMurtry there, who won the Champion of Champions singles last year. And unfortunately, out of the count, we see Gisborne, Bowles Hastings, Featherston, and Renwick. And Nick Thompson there with 1 loss, still a chance. The Mount Maunganui Bowling Club, as well as still a chance with Tui Park, Royal Oak and Paratutu, all essentially into a sudden death round. And I'm quite impressed I've been able to keep my breath there, Mark. That went well.
Brilliantly done there, Alex. It's definitely a big mouthful to get through.
Oh, it's a good thing I decided not to read out the names of the players in the teams and just went for the bowling clubs.
Yeah, the good news is you can actually look that information up online if you don't already know it.
You really can. Probably the easier way to get that information. But we'd like just to try and give us some updates. So yeah, Bowls Hub's the place to go. And developing into quite a good archive too, as we've now had it for a couple of seasons. That's a good correction. Good bowl
nice.
And sat down, but unlucky to move the jack really. So as you said, from that we do know, Mark, that both of these teams are essentially sudden death, isn't it? That's how you look at it as a player. You go, well, I've qualified now. If I want to win the event, I can't lose another game.
Yeah, look at it like we need to win these next 3 games and then 3 more games of post-section after that. So 6 games of post-section to be national champions.
Easy peasy. Well, maybe not quite that simple, but you know what I mean.
Definitely a tricky game for both teams after having a loss. Roger Hassel played a good one here.
Nate on his forehand.
Yeah, that's quite frustrating when you run into your own bowl. I normally ask myself who put it there. It's even worse when it's yourself.
Absolutely.
It's okay when you're skipping because you can look around and normally blame someone else for it. Yeah, another good position bowl here from Roger.
One down, says Nick. So asking for, what did that mean, Mark? Is that like was he saying, yep, be aggressive, or yep, draw it, or what do you think?
I think that's like asking for a full draw, like a 2-foot past the jack, land shot bowl, trail jack. I think this is maybe a bit more than he wanted, but he's got a result that's probably worse.
Oh.
Yeah. I thought worse, but anyway, he's quite happy with that. I just think if Roger's team can move the jack, if Darren's team can move the jack here, they'll hold a good 3 or 4.
Yeah. As we see Adam on the back end.
Adam can turn the shot bowl onto the jack or just under and trail it. It'll be hard to get at.
It makes this bowl of Paul's quite important, really, doesn't it? Because you're not going to get that many more goes at this head, as we know how good the Paratutu team are. And I think that's what Nick's saying there. He's saying, look, we can't leave the jack where it is. You may as well have a proper nibble at it. We've got the back bowl, and Paul having a proper nibble at it. Well, he got the bias right, and his weight was good, and he wasn't really that far away, Mark.
Yeah, I think this head's really turning bad. I think Nick thought he liked once the change happened on the head, but I'm actually liking the head. Really good for Paratoot here. There's another prospects of a 5 coming up here that they can convert.
Just has that feeling about it, doesn't it? And that's a poor bowl by Adam Collins. He'll be disappointed. Sort of an ugly way to miss that bowl. And Nick with another chance. What's Nick do here?
Well, is he all in now that he's gone once?
Oh, there'd be a temptation. It can't go. I mean, it's probably one of the shots that could go the least wrong if you put yourself in the Mount Maunganui shoes. There's that green bowl's a little bit low, bowl low.
Yeah, the danger on the drive is if he gets the inside edge of the front blue bowl and gets a cannon on the other 2 bowls on the right-hand side, and those 3 bowls vanish, you'd be 5 down probably.
That would not be ideal. So he's opted for the backhand reaching shot here. This could be just about as bad. He could have cannoned his own bowl out of the head.
This is a great head for Darren. I mean, he played this shot already on the first end, this trail. So he'll be trying to trail about 2 or 3 foot for 4.
On the backhand. Oh, look at that. It's gone for a walk. But it's coming back in a little bit. Probably lacking some extra things there, wasn't it, Mark? Yeah, just the weight.
A lot of red disc bowls close here, Alex.
Nick on the backhand. Fascinating head. Seen a lot of wasted bowls.
Yeah, Darren's got to be looking here to get the cannon on the 2 bowls together or trail that jack back a yard for 4.
You know, against a team as good as the Mount Maunganui team, you're not going to get that many opportunities for a proper number.
He's close here, Alex.
Darren Gooden. Look at it. Look at this. Look at this.
Oh, he's very unlucky. Very unlucky
Only 2.
for that not to be better. Yeah, that's a great shot.
Oh. That was a great effort.
I think I let off for the Mount there, Alex.
Yeah, oh, for sure. So psychologically, I mean, 2 points to Paratutu, but the Mount Maunganui team will be going, cool. This has gone well for us. We've only dropped to 2 there. Just looking, they'll look to settle back down on this next end, won't they, Mark? The Mount Maunganui team, they'll just be thinking, look, we probably got a little bit, carried away there. Just settle back down. We know how good we are.
Yeah, I think there they wasted about 4 bowls on that particular end, and it's hard enough to waste any bowls in a game, let alone 4 on one end. So they should be thinking they have dodged a little bullet with that. Another nice start here.
A great start. They are a classy team as well, so it doesn't happen to them often. So it's just one of those key moments in the game, I think, when we look back on it. If it ends up being close, Paratutu will feel like that was an opportunity lost for sure. Eric Patello on his forehand side.
Yeah, handy as well. So a small correction needed here from Eric. Perfect weight with the first bowl.
Lovely line.
Beautiful weight again.
Two good bowls. Roger Hassel on his backhand.
That's the one important thing about bowls, Alex. We don't have to put them on the jack. All we have to do is beat the closest bowl that's already there. A lot of people get jack focused instead of actually just concentrating on beating the closest bowl that's down there.
Absolutely. I've often thought on a completely, well, it's not a completely different note, but it's a slight segue, Mark. The scoring system, or the way they play petanque, for example, is that you play until you've got the shot, and then it's the other fella's turn. So if you drew the shot, I would play my bowls until I've either got the shot or run out of bowls, then you play the rest. I reckon that'd be a really interesting way to play a game of outdoor bowls. That system on who plays the bowl and when.
That would put a lot of pressure on certainly the leaders to get the first bowl effectiveness up.
So your bowls would be ticking away. You could have a game of fours where your lead draws a front toucher and you spend 8 bowls trying to get it back, and then the opposition's got 7 bowls to add bonuses. I think it'd be quite interesting.
Might be a fun thing to try out sometime, I think.
Yeah. No, I won't say that. I was going to make a sweeping statement. I was going to say, maybe that's the way we'll play our national championships next year, but I don't want to frighten anybody. Nate on the back end. How's the weight here? He's sort of, I'd say it's jogging good after it. Good bowl.
Very good.
Much better end here from the Mount Maunganui team. There we go, on the back end side.
Needs to hurry, I think, because it's dropping away fast.
Diving and Mount Maunganui team looking pretty good. They've got 2.5 shots. Just stack it up, wouldn't you?
Yeah, you got 4 in play. I guess one of the key things, Alex, why we've got a good end building is actually just not filling in too many gaps so the opposition can play with weight. So it's all about adding bowls in the playing zone without helping. Because sometimes we just make a mistake and just packing them all in, and they become easy to smack.
I'll never forget, I watched a game, so we watched this bowl of Paul's. I think it's a really good point, Mark, because you should always, even if you've got a good head near the end, it's important to have a space where you're placing your bowl instead of just chucking it away, because you can accidentally set up. It's very easy to accidentally set up a shot or accidentally make the shot easier for the opposition, and you turn a good head into an ugly one. I've seen it happen on a few key occasions. Adam Collins stalking down after this bowl. That's a good bowl. Lovely shot. Paul's turn now. I've got second, third and fourth. So just be looking to sit through that shot bowl on the backhand side. Underneath the line.
More weight than anything with that bowl, Alex. Just needed another yard to land up on the jack. So it looks like Darren will be playing forehand, sit the 2 outside black disc bowls, or promote his own front one is another option if he's a little bit undergreened.
As he makes his way back to the playing end of the mat. Looks positively tropical inside the Palace this afternoon. Said firmly tongue-in-cheek. On the forehand side.
Yeah, he will be trying to reach. Like I said, he's had a few options available. Promotion on the front, might even block the shot bowl by mistake. So even though he hasn't done what he wanted to do, the bowl's half effective. Looks like forehand underneath the right hand red. Oh, they look like a drawing.
On the backhand.
It's another second, and there's a problem because now they've
Yeah,
locked in the
in.
short bowl.
It's disappointing when that happens, isn't it? By that we mean it's extremely hard to move that bowl now, isn't it, Mark? Because it's essentially bogged onto that blue, and if it does get moved, it's going to move at a 90-degree angle. Look at this.
What a shot here.
Oh,
What
great bowl. Now it's triply locked in. You've got 3 bowls in a line. Good luck getting rid of the blue.
Yeah, the only danger with that is just opened up the jack trail a little bit. So if Nick can get hold of the jack here, he might make 3. Round the front red and grab the jack. Hard to tell if he's close at the moment.
Either was close or he wasn't.
He's promoted another one in for another one down.
Yeah, it's gone poorly. He'll be disappointed with that. 6-2 lead now to the Paratutu team. And we'll just have a look at the women's results while we're waiting for the jack to be delivered up. So here we see, remember, 3 wins as a qualifying and on 2. So at the precipice of qualifying, Bowls Hastings, Balmoral Bowling Club and Hinuada Bowling Club. 1 apiece, Manurewa Cosmopolitan Bowling Club, Waimati and Elmwood Park. 1 each way and 1 each way as well to Bowls Kensington. And then 1 out of 1, we've got Omakau, St John's, Waihi Beach RSA Bowling Club, Far North RSA Bowling Club, and Invercargill Bowling Club. And then also 1 out of 1, Havelock Bowling Club. And then 1 game lost out of 1, we can see Stoke Bowling Club, which is a strong team, Palmerston North Bowling Club, Paratutu, Thornbury Park, Birkenhead have lost their only game. 1 out of 1 lost Poverty Bay Bowling Club, and then unable to qualify, unfortunately, Wakatani, Petone Central Bowling Club, Mark, and Masterton Bowling Club in the women's draw.
Well done, Alex. Yeah, so after I left Petone Club, I joined Petone Central.
That was your second one?
And that's the second club, and virtually played there for about 20-odd years, so it was very good.
Just a little while. Good to see them still going strong.
Yes, and I think Joan Porter is from that club, and I think Joan's about 104 years old now, a former New Zealand player.
She's amazing. We've got a story on Joan on the Bowls New Zealand website. One of the absolute legends of the sport. Yeah, 104, you're right. Yeah, fantastic stuff.
Yeah.
Been a member at Petone Central Bowling Club for over 70 years. And in 1962, won her first centre title. 16 she got with Jean Coulson. Not bad.
Yeah, they. I think they won 2 New Zealand pairs, I think, from memory as well. Pretty 100% sure they won 2 national pairs.
Yeah. Brilliant. And her last, just looking here, so she won her first centre title in 1962 and her last centre title in 1999. Isn't that amazing? What a career.
For sure, brilliant.
So we see this bowl of Nathan Arledge. That's a good shot. At 6 o'clock to the jack.
Yeah, very good home.
On the backhand side, forehand side, sorry. No, backhand for some of us, not forehand for him. And Nate on his forehand. He's got a pretty nice delivery. He's always had that little, he twists his wrist on the backswing. It was very popular for a little while, wasn't it, Mark? Particularly with the Australian players. Just on the backswing to turn the hand a little bit. And look at that there from Nathan.
2 very good bowls again. He's certainly chucking up quite a few effective bowls in this game.
Well, it's nice in the 2 position to have that sort of steadying influence, isn't it? It can be really handy position to have someone play a lot of effective bowls at. As we see Adam Collins now, that is a bomb. What a shot that was.
Yeah, he's made it a lot harder for the opposition to score as well, because that bowl's nicely tucked behind the jack.
Played some pretty classy stuff, Adam, originally from the Oakuta Bowling Club, but now at Paratutu. One set of title to his credit and a number of finals made. Paul just on the tight side there, missed narrow a couple of times. Beautiful speed.
Close again here, Alex. He's played another pretty good bowl here. That's a great home as well.
On the forehand.
Just overcorrected the weight a little. Got the line right that time.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think Darren will be trying to fatten this up too much. He's got a nice one. He's got some good bowls and nice covering positions. The key thing is not to move the jack out in the open and expose the back of the green where he doesn't have any cover bowls. As we say, sometimes a little fish are sweet, and holding a good one is better than holding a bad two, as they say. Because it will require a bomb to beat the shot bowl, and this is pretty close here from Nick.
Very close. He just about had it absolutely perfect there.
And you can see just how hard it is to beat that bowl. It's already, about 4 inches away from the jack. So I don't think Darren will be over trying. He'll just be trying to put another one, about a foot away somewhere and be handy.
Darren.
Yeah, it's another handy bowl.
Been called big for weight. Aggression.
Oh, I thought big weight. He's needing luck because he's missing at the moment. He might be 2 down again.
There's no more. Didn't even have 2 metre weight there.
He may well have knocked it in for 2, I think, Alex. Yes, we're getting that indication.
Oh, it's a couple of unlucky results, really, from Nick Thompson. He's sliced his head of two bowls in the last 2 ends to the opposition. Paratutu, we think he make hay while the sun shines.
Yeah, well, things are going your way. Just keep on trucking. I think Nick should have gone a lot quicker than that.
Nathan on his forehand. Good bowl. Oh, good enough bowl. It's past the head, isn't it? It went a bit further than I thought it might.
Yeah, I think in fours, though, every bowl pass are really good. And clearly in fours, the short bowls destroy the people following you. So it's really important to get them down there. I'm clearly within 1 yard, so just where the tee is on our screen, anywhere between there and the jack would be just about perfect in a game. So we would call them all on the plane here and a chance to create shot numbers if we could chuck them all on that zone.
Roger on his backhand. Oh,
Yeah,
he looks on the tight
looks
side.
Under. Yeah, he didn't look like he liked it very early out of his hand, so... And they've actually made the ditch side of the rink almost unplayable already with those two short bowls. Which means if you get in trouble by the jack, you'll struggle to get out of it.
And that weight there, good. But underneath the line, an unusual head building here. 6 the difference if we look at the scoreboard on the 7th end. Both teams need this game. Roger on his backhand. Now look at the line. Let's see how much this bowl's going to come back in. Not bad.
It's handyish.
It's good enough, isn't it? You wouldn't be absolutely gutted with that. It's good enough. It's sort of half done its job. Hasn't made it harder for the next person.
Yeah, no, and that's the key, and we talk about that quite a bit on the commentary about trying to make the job easier for the person following you, and it's much easier drawing only being a couple down than being 4 down. So Adam here doesn't have as much to worry about standing on the mat drawing a shot, only being 2 down where it could have been 4.
Yeah. On his forehand side, he looked narrow when he let it go. It didn't come out of his hand that nice.
Yeah, he doesn't like it.
You can see the frustration, just in the background there. Just going, oh, what do I have to do? So a chance for Paul to jump on this.
Yeah, the Mount just need to try and get one really close here and put some pressure on the Paratoot side. They've just left at the moment a little bit too much room because someone like Darren Gooden will draw a couple of shots here. I would be quite surprised when he gets to the mat if he doesn't go any good.
I was just going to say that, Mark. I think you look at this head and you could literally drop a 2 to 2 of the skips bowls. Like it was that sort of head. It's just like, you're playing a classy bowler. He's quite capable of just going bang, bang, I'll take my 2 points. Thank you very much for coming.
And he's going to have to because he probably is a couple down.
Well, we'll see how well we've called the commentary.
Yeah, we've either crucified him or we've helped him.
We're either going to go, yep, we were right, or sorry. Here we go. So Paul on the forehand, looking to add some pressure here. This bowl is his own bowl. That's good stuff. Even just sitting that bowl down is actually quite good. So I think the Mount probably holding a loose 3, but it's not the easiest head in the world here for Darren Gooden. What would you be playing, Mark?
I think you just play the forehand and try and beat the outside blue bowl. If you run into the short bowl, you probably get third shot. So anywhere near the front on the forehand, near the front purpley bowl, you would get the shot bowl. Looking at the backhand, I actually think it's a forehand shot.
Yeah, so what would they be looking at on the backhand? Are they looking to rest on a bowl and sort of come in a little bit? Would that be the shot that they've seen?
It looks a tough shot to get round. The front bowls were perfect weight. I'm not too sure I'd be trying that.
The short bowls look like they'd force you a bit wide, but they must have seen it. Well, clearly they've seen it, and clearly he's capable of executing it, or he wouldn't be tempting. So let's just wait and see what's going to come out of his hand. Might get a better camera angle, so he's looking to clear the front 2 bowls on the forehand, and those are Adam's blue bowls there.
Yeah,
I mean, it was a hard shot, and he couldn't have played that much better, to be honest. 1/8 of a bowl wider.
He's made his next one a little easier. Yeah, he's made his next one a little easier, but he could drop 5 here. He's 3 down already. Nick should be drawing an extra one at least here.
The two teams are watching on. And look at this here from Nick Tomset. Great shot.
4.
Good bowls.
The good news is Darren's opened up their hand a little bit, but he's still got to avoid the front light blue bowl. Does not want to run into that. Well, he has a chance. He's a big show now.
Look at this. Look at this. What a shot. And that bowl, you'd be going that bowl, wouldn't you? Find a way.
Find a way.
So many seconds. Even if you have to cannon it out or whatever works here. Big moment in this game. That Monganui with the percentages.
Looks wide. He's needing luck.
Needs a bit of luck now.
So get out of jail free card there for Darren.
Couple of moments.
Played it well though. Can't criticise what Andy played. Yeah. Yes, can't criticise what Andy's played when he's got out of that.
Oh, it's a great shot.
But he is a very classy draw bowler, so I don't, you just pick your favourite hand, I guess, and try and draw a shot.
He did well with his first bowl to, as you said, he opened the head up a little bit. So I suppose if we think about it, his first bowl, the shot with his first bowl was a very challenging shot to play because he had to be perfect. But he missed it the right way and opened the head up a little bit. And it did become a bit easier with his second shot. And he gave himself 2 goes at it. So fair play.
Yeah, that was the key. The first bowl created the chance for the second one. So I think the Mount's going to have to start scoring some ends and change the lengths. So that's a good shot there to start with.
Yeah, great way to start it. I think you're right, Mark. They'll be looking to score any number of points on this end, and then they can get control of the length of the head, can't they?
Yeah, and there's nothing sure we'll see probably T to T because Paratoot are definitely not playing long ends here.
Eric switching to the back end.
That always interests me. You draw a front chalker on one hand and then you swap to the other. I always wonder where that comes from. I wonder whether it's the skip or the actual player himself that wants to do the change.
Yeah.
I get the 2 green bowls could look in the way, but you just drew under it, so I don't see the issue.
Roger on the forehand.
He's good if he's got the weight, but he might not quite be here.
Willing it on. Not to be. And decisions. And again, we have a situation where there's short bowls blocking both sides. You almost have to build your head further at the back and then bank on the jack to move, don't you, Mark, in this situation? Because you think, well, we're not going to build the head where it is, so why not go quite well past and then get our 3 to do something else? There's the way this is building here now. Yeah.
In fact, there might even be 1 down now.
Intriguing stuff in this match. It's not been pretty, but it's been fascinating.
Yeah, and unfortunately for the Mount here, they don't have any bowls in play. So they've got 3.
No bowls past the head. I mean, they've got shots on the head, but none past. So any jack movement is to the detriment of the Mount Maunganui team, and it'll be tempting here to get Nate to just go past somewhere 6 o'clock, just go past the head, and then you can build your head after that. Nick's opting for a 2-and-1. He's saying get a bowl past, and if you hit something, it's okay.
Yeah, I think that's the right shot to call here, Alex. Just play through the shot bowl if it is the shot, and if it isn't, you promote it onto the jack. And if you miss, you get past.
Yeah. Needs it to get down here. He's very close. Nathan Arledge is very close.
This is a good
now
shot.
Now it's turning. Look at this. Whoa. I thought he was going to kick his own bowl for a second. That was very stressful. A good shot. A good shot. Well played.
Like he didn't fall over it.
Yeah, it's never a problem for me, Mark, because I can't run that fast. So I just wander after my bowl and see what it does. It's interesting that Nathan's been following his second bowl up reasonably regularly, Mark. I wonder if he is having an input into some of the shot selection.
I think it's quite good down there just to give some extra support to the skip. He may just be mumbling or talking about how they need to change the game. So it's not a bad idea to go down and give your skip some support when things maybe aren't quite going our way. So I don't mind him being down there.
Yeah, I quite like it. I recall we were a bit unconventional one year in our club fours, and I skipped, but I sat on the bank, and Aidan Takarua led, and our conditions of play, there were no restriction on after how many bowls, a lead or 2 or 3 or whatever could come up to the head. So head players 2 bowls and come up and then direct the next 6. I just happened to be the one playing the skips bowl, so I had a really relaxing couple of days. I didn't do any thinking. I just sort of sat on the bank and watched all the bowls come up.
There we go. We got some input from both players then, calling the same shot and giving the same information.
Well, at least they aren't reading from the same songbook. Here we go. So on the forehand side, big inside out here. Big inside out. Oh, he's got it square. Good weight.
Well, I think Darren will play with probably a couple of yards of weight to sit the red onto the shot bowl and push it out, or trail the jack back for 1. Because if he fails, then he gets a good bowl in position. So it'll be on the forehand, the ditch side. Yep, so through that or through the other one and trying to get past to get a cover bowl in play. Or he could play red onto the red disc bowl onto the other disc, and then make 3 or 4. I've forgotten what colour they were using. Forgot what of the coloured discs they were using.
As long as we can still hear you. See Darren here on his forehand. Right, what's happening here? He's got one bowl square. Oh, that's cruel. That's cruel stuff. Sometimes it's a cruel game. Goodness gracious me.
Oh, Nick's just got to be up here. Like, he gets off that last bowl that's just come in. He's got all the back bowls. So he can make 3. He just got to play probably a bit neater weight. So probably a couple of yards only.
On his forehand side, that's what he's looking to do. Came out nice and smooth, steering after this bowl. Nick Tomset. Look at this here from Nick. Look at this bowl. Great shot. Deserved more than 1, but 1 it'll be, and that's a good bowl there from Nick. Yeah, Adam Collins there saying, look, 1 down, it's not all that bad. We're leading 9-2. Put 1 past and make sure that we can't drop a bundle. Great stuff from Nick Tomset there. He's a bit unlucky not to make a better head of it than that. Darren opting to play his forehand side.
Sorry, I think he's made it a really good head because now he can play the shot bowl onto the jack for 3 or 4. With little danger.
Oh, there's no danger. You can see the jack's going back. If anything, maybe slightly more to 7 o'clock than 6 o'clock on the screen.
This last bowl's in the ditch too, so now he can make 4 or more. Like any weight onto the shot bowl
Doesn't
is
matter what
probably
weight you
4.
play, does it?
No, I think you can play any weight at this.
Yeah. So let's just look to see where the jack is nestled. Oh, so here's his bowl. So the jack is nestled literally at the 6 o'clock mark. So it doesn't matter which part of Nick's bowl you get. The jack is going to go back reasonably square, maybe a foot to the left or a foot to the right. Happy days regardless, Mark. This is a big moment.
Yeah, 4 shots coming up if he plays it well. He's just got to be up
he's
here.
Shaking it.
Oh
no.
He's way too wide, I think.
Oh, it's going... Oh, no.
I thought he'd be a lot
there a
more
bowl
positive.
Did we not see a Taranaki bowl? Is there a Paratutu bowl somewhere at the back?
I don't see
Perhaps
any.
that's the only reason why you wouldn't go heavier. Interesting. Anyway, they've scored and that's great news. So you reckoned a 2 to 2 metre jack here, Mark?
That's the play. Pretty sure of it. Either way, the mat's way back on the tee, so you can guarantee we're not having the same length.
Good stuff. So the Mount team will be pleased with that. Just find a way to work themselves back into this game. We're on end 9 of 15. They trail by 6, so plenty of time.
Yeah, no hurry to panic. 6 singles and we draw the game. 9 all, so we don't have to rush to catch up. Nice starter too. Just what you need when you've scored an end and changed the length. One like
Great
that.
stuff. Great stuff.
And this is how the pressure builds all of a sudden. The whole game can change. Doesn't take much in lawn bowls for the momentum swing to happen the other way.
So Eric with a brilliant first bowl. He'll stay on his forehand with his second.
And he'll probably just look to add a foot, Alex, just to finish where the tee is, just behind the bowl and the jack there. Well, not quite, but he's finished jack levelish, just past. Perfect weight for the tee.
Yeah, be happy enough. The Paratutu Bowling Club, of course, Mark, is approaching its centenary year. I think that's this Easter coming up. They celebrate that. So 2024 it must be. So 1924 would make sense as to when they started. So another one of those clubs that's ticking up 100 runs on the board.
Yeah, there's been a lot of them in the last few years, that's for sure. And clearly with lawn bowls been going as long as it has in our country, it is pretty cool.
Yeah, for sure. I think we saw that there was a boom after World War I, wasn't there, in bowling clubs. So as we get through the 20s, I think there's going to be a lot of those clubs ticking over centenary, and just great to see the longevity there. Roger.
Yeah, just both players swapping over to the ditch side, which looks a little wider, I'm thinking, than the other hand.
Yeah, I tend to agree with that. Cool. Nate will be making a correction now. Nice smooth follow through. Giving it a chance to turn back in. You look at his bowl at 9 o'clock. That's where it finished with the first one.
Yeah, it's...
Oh, this one. Look, it's just turning early.
It's pretty good effort, mate. It's just a yard of weight, that's all. His line was really, really good with that.
And Roger with the same correction to make.
The only difference is Roger's a lefty, so the arc is different again. It's not bad.
A sharper finish at the end.
Here we go. He's close.
Here it goes. Great bowl. That's what he did all day when we played him last year at the National Champion of Champions. Mark, a lot of perfect bowls.
Well, he couldn't have
I
played
could
that
say
any
some
better.
more. I could say more, but I wouldn't be able to broadcast it, so we'll leave it at that.
Yeah, how it goes, Alex, is the opposition are allowed to play well.
No.
You know they are.
It's not fair.
The opposition are allowed to play well.
Yeah, you're not wrong. As much as it hurts, that's why I'm more comfortable behind a mic nowadays. As we see Paul here on his forehand. Is he going to get something square? Needs it to hold. Needs it to hold.
Yes,
well, that'll do. It's done just fine. It was time they got a good result, I think, Mark. That's no worries there.
No, he was in the area. He could have got the front bowl as well onto it, so can't complain if someone's in the area.
Adam Collins.
2 red disc bowls to promote, and there is a gap between them. If he could get that gap, he'll land right on the jack. That's the gap if he's got the weight. Not quite.
Oh, beautiful line. Chasing after this one is Paul.
Yes, might be picking it out of the ditch just quietly.
Oh, no, it
he's right on
stayed.
the ditch edge.
Perfect weight, Mark.
Oh. If that's where you were trying to put it, I would agree. I'm not sure that's where he was aiming for.
I wouldn't tell anyone otherwise.
So Adam just needs to be up here. He's got 3 bowls sort of to promote. He gets past them. He's chance. He's not past them. So important the mount hang on to this. Yeah, important the mount hold on to this end and actually try and accumulate a couple of ends. Because you can clearly see the Parratoot haven't played this end that great. They've played 5 average type bowls on this end. So the change of length has definitely helped them mount.
Yes, that's when they'll be looking to continue throwing. I think they'll look to continue throwing.
Pretty good.
Lovely
this
effort.
Will count, I feel. Yeah. All right. Just has to stop.
I think they're Euro optimists, for anyone who's wondering. And I'm pretty sure he got them just as the Nationals started in Christchurch, maybe 2 Christchurch Nationals ago. So what's that, 3 years, 4 years in the Bay of Plenty colours. Darren Gooden here on his backhand. He's great at these shots, Mark. And there we go. That's class, isn't it? Isn't that just class? Like, that's... Oh. It's the most simple shot in the book, but it's one of the hardest ones to play under pressure, particularly at skip.
Yeah, he plays that shot good. Like, you've got to get them close against Darren, otherwise he will draw shots all day. Yeah, it's a very good singles player in his own rights as well. Doesn't like this bowl. And don't be surprised if he puts another one alongside that.
Yeah, and how much would that hurt? You know, Darren, he cross over, Mount Maunganui holding a few. Darren's gone, bang, I've put one. And watch me put another one. And the hard shots to play. I mean, look at that here, the 2 bowls from Paratutu, and it probably will be 2 bowls. They're going to be within a couple of feet.
He's done it. Oh.
Did he make a liar of me? No.
No, I think he's done it. I'm pretty sure he's done it.
Yeah, 2 there. Oh, that skipping, if we think about that skipping from Darren, is absolutely brilliant. He's literally created 2 shots with his 2 bowls. That's the definition of effective bowls there, and they go to an 11-3 lead, an 8-point lead it's beginning to look handy on this, the 10th end of 15.
Yeah, like I said, the mount needed to score again and just try and mount some scoreboard pressure. So Darren Gooden made sure that can't happen. So the important still for the mount is they've just got to try and win another end again and then try and work their way back into the game.
First bolt. Nathan again on his forehand side.
Didn't look like he liked it, but it's not going to be as bad as he thinks. I can't see anyone complaining about one past the jack in there. So Roger's going to be on the forehand here. Nice green too, I think, Alex.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's really good.
Great shot. Interesting.
There's a nice weight, it's just a fraction underlined.
You feel like the Mount have to score on this end, Mark. They're trailing by 8. I just want to try and get the scoreboard ticking over in their favour.
Yeah, and I also think they need to change the game plan. Like, they need to start playing with some bigger weights, because at the moment they just playing, just playing small ditch weight shots instead of actually just smacking it and let's start again.
Yeah, they're capable of smacking it too. You might have called this. Well, look at this. Yeah, that's some weight. Good shot. Well played.
Oh, it's not a
it's
kill.
A what?
But as they've got, well, it was heading out. It's landed the bowls and back up the rink. They're holding shot,
fair
though.
enough, Mark. I'll let you off. That's a good shot.
Either way, that was better weight, I think.
Yeah.
No sort of, palmy weight, as everyone keeps trying to tell me that we play.
It's a good use of your team as well, because we know that Nate, Paul and Nick all have good drives on them, and it gets to the point where you think, well, we know we can do this. We may as well. Good shot. On the forehand. How's the weight here from Adam Collins? Oh, a little bit unlucky. Opportunity to make this a nice 3.
looks a bit narrow. Might get away with it though. Doesn't want
Willing
to
it
get the
to
back
hold.
of the jack. Oh, he's done it well.
Good bowl.
That'll be 3. Yeah, I think we'll see a full draw, what I call a full draw, 1 or 2 foot through, trying to land the shot bowl, or even just promoting that front light blue bowl. So drawing back to the centre line about 2 feet through is the sort of shot I think we'll see from Darren.
On the forehand.
Yep, it's nice and aggressive. Gets hold of the front light just blue. He'll get a result like he has. What a shot.
That's a really nicely played bowl. That's a good shot. And well called there, Mark.
A lot of people might call that luck, but he knew he needed to be up, and the key bit was not to be wide. So I think we'll have weight here again. Try and squeeze the jack through the gap on the to the left as we're looking at it at the moment. And it'll be from the right from this end. Just trying to get onto the jack and squeeze it through. Now he's close to getting some movement here.
Very close. Needs it to hold just a smidgen. Oh, good try. Just a bowl narrow.
And Darren will probably swap hands and try and put a bowl out here on the right-hand side near that last bowl that came in here. So it's about three odd bowls for the opposition out there, so just trying to cover them. So in bowls, we don't always have to go near the jack. We can try and cover. He's on a good line to cover those bowls out there if he's got the weight.
Drive the front one on the forehand. So here we're going to see some weight from Nick Tomset. Just feel like the game is just slipping away from the Mount Maunganui team. 13-3 now after 10 ends, and it's hard to see a road back for them, Mark. What do you think they have to do? What would you do to try and get your way back into this game?
Well, clearly they can't change the game until we win an end, so I do think they've got to go for those long ends, because I don't think Paratoot played it that well, even though Darren played 2 good bowls. If you can negate the skip, you might be able to change the game. But Paratoot have outclassed them at the moment, and Darren Gooden's played 3 or 4 bombs to actually make the score what it is.
Every time it's looked like Mount Maunganui are building a nice head or have a good end sitting there, Paratutu's been able to get 1 or 2 bowls in to change that, and sometimes we've seen it be like we saw with the end where they threw the 2 to 2 metre mark. The 2 effective bowls were the 2 that counted. They dropped a 2 on that end.
Yeah.
On the forehand. It's a good bowl. He's played pretty well there.
Sandy start. Yeah, and I just still think that the Mount need to start looking to be a little bit more aggressive than what they are. Like the aggression worked off on that time. They were a bit unlucky with the first hit. It did stay alive and they held one. But I think they've got to play bigger weight like that rather than just reaching the ditch area.
On the backhand side, needs it to get down.
This is a good shot. Yeah, that's a good
Very
shot.
good shot. And they both sat flat too.
Really
That's a good result.
Yeah, 2 bowls past the jack, 2 bowls in play. doesn't matter about whether we're one up or one down. It's just about building bowls in the areas and creating play for the players following us.
Been asked to play on his backhand side.
Nice home there for Roger, you know, just past the jack. Stops any little trails of the jack for 2 or 3. So nice work from him there.
Nathan on the backhand. How's your weight?
That's another second. So not too bad. They've one down with 3 bowls in the playing area.
And still conducting themselves well, aren't they, the Mountain team? They're doing everything right, barring, you know, the scoring to the point is obviously a challenge at the moment, but the body language hasn't dropped. They're still being positive, still looking to find ways to score points and get themselves back in this game.
Yeah, which is really important. And if Nathan plays a good one here, he could turn it into 2 up.
On the backhand. It'll come back from there. If it's got the weight right, it'll come back. Look at this.
Yeah, he's close to making 2 of this. What a shot.
That's beautiful, wasn't
Brilliant. That's
what
brilliant.
a bowl.
And they've tucked the jack away and made it really hard for Darren to actually get to as well later on in this set. So good work.
On the backhand. Had him just drifting past. It's a nice narrow target from the Mount Maunganui point of view. You don't want to make it a bigger target. You don't want to make it a bigger target. You'd almost be on the forehand or past or not close.
I don't think I like what Nick's actually calling here, because if he lands one where he's suggesting, they'll be able to get off that bow and kill it, or off that bow and get the shot.
As long as it leaves a gap, it's okay for the Mount Maunganui team.
This is a danger.
That's not a good bowl. Yeah, that's not
and
good.
It's jack low, and we can work off that. Just helps the opposition.
Here we go, Adam Collins. Oh, I didn't let that go with a lot of conviction, but it might be enough. Mark, let's see. Oh, is he going to use Paul's bowl?
Oh, well, that's not good for him either. But like I say, if you hit that bowl he's just hit in, the jack will move.
See,
probably back
now
up
is where you'd all... Yeah, see, I would almost play the backhand now and try and clog it up. This is the time where I'd be happy to fill the gap as opposed to cover. Because you can make it harder to hit on the backhand now. If you put a bowl at 1 o'clock or even fall a foot short, you're making the target smaller. I don't know. Anyway,
I guess
we're holding 3.
The danger here is if Darren drives at it and hits the very front red disc bowl, he could lose their closest bowl and actually be 4 or 5 down. So when we get a view of it from the other end, you'll see that the front red disc bowl might take out his own bowl.
There you go.
As you can
see,
see,
it's just going to cannon through.
May get through without hitting anything else, and it may not. Clearly, it's a little harder for us to tell. But the front red disc bowl is not far away from the line of the shot bowl.
Yeah, I suppose.
But he's got to play something.
Absolutely. At the end of the day, the Mount has gone, well, we've put you under some pressure here. We're holding 3 on the crossover, and that's good stuff, really. Darren, here we go, on his backhand. He's got that nice pocket to get into.
He's close.
Is he close, Mark?
How's the spill? How's the spill?
Oh, good try.
That's not bad.
Good try. Now Wanganui holding a couple here. If they can score on this end, even if they can get, I mean, if they can get a 3, it'd be great if you're a Mount Wanganui supporter.
Yeah, look, he could even make 4 if he touches the jack, so there should be no fear drawing right to this. So if he can land onto the jack, it should just pop the jack back about 6 inches for at least 4 and a measure. Oh, he's a bit wide for it, I think. Oh, it's coming back now. Oh,
Great shot there.
Back. As you can see there, if he can get onto that jack, he might have 5 even, if not 6. So
huge
big
end for the
opportunity
Mount
for him with his
Wanganui
last
team.
bolt, yeah.
And you feel like this is probably their one chance for big number 2. It doesn't, you know, I think we mentioned it earlier when Paratutu had an opportunity to make a number. When you're playing at this level, those big numbers, the chances don't come around that often here. So you feel like if Mount Wanganui can score a bundle here, it's going to be their one real chance to get back in with Nkui.
Unfortunately, the Mount have got to deal with Darren Gooden's last bowl yet.
So they may be looking to have a nibble here, Darren Gooden.
He just wants to make sure if he's getting weight that the jack is moving. He doesn't want it to move just a little way.
On the backhand,
It's
long
not big
shot.
weight.
He's wide. He's wide. Going to need a good result off one of those low bowls. Hasn't got it, and here is a golden chance for the Mount Wanganui team. This is their opportunity to get back in this game.
Yeah, they're holding 3 now, but any touch on that jack is at least 5 and 6, I reckon, if he gets it nice.
Yeah, absolutely, and that would make it 9-13. And that sounds a lot better than 3-13, doesn't it, as we see Connor's forehand.
Still think that's too wide for jack. It is, yeah.
Oh, it's just on the high side.
Nice weight, I think.
Well,
but
it's
3
number,
is 13,
and that's
6.
good stuff, yep. Seven points,
I think we'll
they've got 4 ends.
See T to T again too, Alex, and
yeah.
if they can back that up with another 3, you know, all of a sudden, the opposition might be scoreboard watching.
Yeah, still a chance. It's when they needed to score then. It's good they got a multiple. Mount Wanganui still a chance in this game. Bit of work to do yet, but good signs. The defending champions, of course, will not be entertaining that thought.
Well, the last game, I think, was something like 13-5 as well, wasn't it?
Yes.
Something like that, and ended up the other team winning. So it just shows you that you're not out of the game at 13-5.
Yeah, absolutely possible. First bowl from Eric's, good line, just a bit short. He'll be disappointed with that. On the forehand, Nathan. Handy stuff there at 6 o'clock to the jack.
Well, the good news is we must have some people listening to us, Alex, because a few people giving me a hard time about my dog barking.
I was going to say that was at the Royal Oak Bowling Club. There was a dog. No worries.
That's what I tried to say last week.
Add a bit of colour to the commentary. There we go on the forehand, Nate. They'll be looking to score again. Good shot.
Oh, they're asking to move the camera so they can get Nathan's bowl in view.
Even then, I don't like the
Price.
chances.
Priceless. I don't know. We'll see what sort of sense of humour Nathan has after that comment.
We got a wide-angled lens. We're all good. Oh, on a completely different note, Mark, and I can't review in commentary or not, but we've spoken a bit about the composite. So a bowl nowadays, in about the last 70 years, has been made of a plastic compound that's compressed. I saw in Australia they've now got opaque bowls that light up. They've got lights embedded in them, and they use them for like their nighttime bowls, and they look absolutely fantastic. I thought it was great. It looked like great fun.
Oh,
I don't know why that just came to me, but an interesting, worth a Google search, and I think it's a cool little innovation. Obviously, it wouldn't work that brilliantly for competitive bowls, but a bit of fun at night time with the lights inside these opaque bowls. It looked like a great time.
Yeah, like I said, I'm still hoping they find a way to find the glass bowl, so you can't see it on the rink.
I'm sold. Someone needs to do it.
A set. Yeah, I'm definitely buying a set.
Yeah. We'll be the first 2 customers, eh? As we see Paul here on his forehand.
Then we'll go and play pairs, Alex, and no one will be able to tell how good or bad we play.
That's the safest option.
Oh, nice.
Good shot there.
It's building up this head. Looks like 4 or 5 anyway. So it doesn't take long for these games to change. Here we are, 13-6, and all of a sudden holding 4. So if Parachute don't play a good one, it's all of a sudden going to be a 3-shot game. I don't know that he's here.
No, he's not.
Oh, he's done it pretty good. That could be second. No danger reaching here if he can touch the blue bowl and kick the blue bowl over a little bit. Might be able to create something. Nice attacking line too, Alex.
Yeah.
Just has to be
far
here.
Away.
Just has to be here.
Oh,
well, that's
beautiful
way.
It's
not that bad. It's not that bad. You know, they've got 5-1 there and a chance to peel the light blue bowl out for 5 or 6, or move the jack for 4 or 5.
Good fight shown here from the Mount team, really.
Chance for Nick.
Oh.
So there's a big chance on the backhand. He'll be playing onto his own bowl, onto the light blue bowl, pushing it out for 4 or 5. And he can also get the black bowl onto the jack for 5. So he's got a lot of play underneath that front bowl on what will be his backhand.
Yeah, huge moments in the game, really.
Yeah, big opportunity to create another number.
He's not far away. He's not far away here. Nick Tomset needs the bowl to hold.
Oh, he's made a couple. Excuse me. He's made a couple and he's still created the 5. And if Darren doesn't play a goodie, it can happen.
Real chances here. Who
Darren
doesn't want to see a close game of bowls?
No, he'll try and play up into the split, but what he can't afford is to be too heavy. So, yeah, nice result. A lot of bowls out here to the right-hand side. So if Darren plays and gets onto his own bowl, he'll kick the jack over there for 6 down. So if he gets the outside of that blue at 6 to the mount. So Darren can't afford to be wide playing this shot.
Yeah, and that's just what they're talking about here. It's the way to miss, isn't it?
I'm definitely missing narrow here. But he doesn't want to miss fully altogether because Nick's got a free one at it. So this is a pretty important bowl, I think, in the contents of the whole game. Does not want to be wide. He's not bad. Does not want the outside of that bowl, though. That's 6 down. That is 6 down.
Dear. Oh, what's just happened? Oh, what a game.
It's at least 5, I would think.
It's just been a couple of huge ends in a row here in the Mount Maunganui.
Yeah, and I actually
13,
don't
3
think
down.
I don't think I like the hand they were looking at either. I actually be more inclined to play the forehand. That gap looks quite big for Darren Gooden to be able to draw through to get shot or reduce.
Yeah, it does.
I'd be inclined to want to play there. I might even get in his way if I don't count. So I think I'd try and draw between the light blue and the black bowl and finish 2 feet short and count.
So
I'm
he's
not
been
sure
called on the...
Yeah, I'm not sure I like the backhand play. Just gives Darren a freebie up the other hand.
So on the back
He
end.
misses their counts. Yeah, I just think on the other hand, Darren's got a nice track in there. He's just got to play it with the right sort of weight and he'll reduce or score.
So still a big moment. So we think they're 5 down. So as it sits on the head, the Mount Maunganui would go to 11. And Darren's got a bowl in his hand to stop that from happening.
Well, don't tell me they're looking at running on the other hand.
Okay, I won't.
Well, I bet. Oh, well, looking at what Adam was virtually kicking those bowls indirectly. Oh no, he's not. He is playing the
panic,
ditch
Mark.
side, the forehand. Yeah. Well, I think the forehand is the play. He's got
Yeah,
his
for
own bowl
sure.
to wick off, bowls to land on. He's a good draw bowler.
Let it go nice.
A little bit wider than I might like to start it. It's not as
Now
turny
it's
coming
down
this
to
way.
the
That
weight,
hand.
isn't it?
He's too quick.
Goodness gracious me. What an end for Mount Maunganui. 1, 2.
Now it's a matter of
3, 4.
working out how many now.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
5.
Taken out.
And they're still measuring up.
And they're still going, so that takes us to at least 11, 13. We could be at 12, 13 in about 20 seconds. Paul just going against. Oh.
Or 13 all.
Well,
Or 13 all.
We could be. What just happened?
Who knows? 5 or 6 anyway.
Oh, we're just waiting for a confirmation on that, but it's more than it's a big bundle to the Mount Maunganui team. And right back in this game, we've blinked and it's back in. They've done well to get to this position. The defending champions now, yes, there you go. 13-11 up. They were 13-3 up, what feels like a minute or two ago, Mark. 13-11 to the difference. This is the 13th end of 15. Fantastic stuff.
Doesn't take much for these games to change, does it?
Oh, absolutely not. It's the quality of these players.
And unfortunately for Paratoot, they played it for the opposition.
Yeah, and that's an extra bit of pain, isn't it? So it was a nicely set up head for Mount Maunganui, but the Paratutu team, yeah, they did essentially play their opposition shot for them and then weren't able to recover. And the momentum absolutely sitting with the Mount Maunganui team here. And if you're Paratutu, you won this event last year. You lost your first game and then you found yourself 13-3 up in your second one. Probably feeling okay about things. What sort of stuff must be going through their minds now? Let's see Nathan there, just past the head.
think the key here is actually just scoring this end, because they don't want Mount Maunganui to get equal or in front. Already Mount Maunganui are on a high, but if you let them get in front of you, I'd say you're in deep trouble. Two good bowls here from Eric.
I thought you were going to say a word that wasn't trouble for a second, Mark, and I was concerned for the profanity buzzer, but you saved it. Nathan Gooden, he hasn't corrected very well here. And Mount Maunganui, you can just see it, can't you, that the team here that's got all the momentum in the world. Two good bowls.
Like, ideal here if Nafu could get about a foot past the jack, and they've got a marvellous setup on this head. Even a couple of feet past the jack here. And you'd have to start to think that the Paratutu team are in deep trouble again. Yeah, this is a great bowl. Just about perfect.
Good shot. Very good bowl.
Yeah, nice bowl there from Roger. And important that they do change momentum and get a shot here. But still a very good head for the Mount. And he's not bad here. He's close here.
Nathan Arledge, look at this. Look at this here from Nathan Arledge. He held up long enough. What a bowl.
No chance to relax. We're back to 2 down. But Roger's not bad here. Roger's played a bomb, I think. That's very good. Opened it right up.
Great shot.
Yeah, it's key here to move the jack around the corner behind all the front poles. So we might only hold one really good one, but the fact is we'll be holding it. And instead of like leaving it way open like it is at the moment, it doesn't look a good track.
He knew it as well, just tied underneath the line, so the Mount is holding, but it's a lovely area to arrive in, isn't it, for the Paratutu team?
Yeah, it's just the only thing here is don't be short. Be up. Sit the shot bowl, get the split on the shot bowl on the jack, and you make a nice 2 or 3 for your own team. So Adam has a big chance, but he's under.
Oh, that was the Mount Maunganui bowl you can see there because it was a split colour. Attention.
Oh, I don't know I like that end, but anyway. Oh, he's going for a back one, so I guess that's okay if he's heading towards the back.
Yeah, looking
but
around
I don't like the idea of like leaving the head wide open like that. I'd be preferring to play and try and tuck that jack away.
He's narrow. Interesting. So here we go. So Mount Maunganui holding, I would say 2.5. Adam Collins on his forehand.
He'd be looking to sit shot bowl trail jack. Wouldn't want to get his own.
Oh my goodness.
I think that's way too quick.
It's an interesting, what an interesting game.
Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on here.
Just a bit of I don't even know what I'd call it, Mark. Panic isn't the word I'm looking for, but it's close to it. It's just sort of, it's just a game. It's just turned on its head, hasn't it?
Intermission have no back bowls now.
Mm.
So the last bowler's taken out all the back bowls they had, so they have none now.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of pressure on Darren to play 2 good bowls. He's absolutely capable of doing so, but you know, you don't want to be doing this end after end, particularly when you had a 13-3 lead.
And it's got 4 or 5 bowls on the head, as you can see, to just that one. There's only one red disc bowl anywhere near it.
All right, so what are you playing if you're Darren Gooden here?
I still like the forehand, but I have a feeling that he may decide the backhand, but I think you're just trying to draw a shot. Or just overdraw it. I don't think you can play too quick at this with 1 bowl close. I'd be worried if he was playing too much weight. He could be 2 or 3 yards through, but any quicker is dangerous. He's going forehand.
And what weight's going to come out of his hand, we'll find out in a second.
It's semi-aggressive.
Yeah, enough weight that his bowl should turn.
This is the danger bit. He's got to have it nicely.
He had good weight. Had good weight, was able to hang around. Certainly there was half a second there where it looked like he wouldn't. That would have been another calamity. Interesting times here at the Palace.
I think we'll just try and draw a toucher here. So if we can move the jack, we'll probably hold 3. So a full draw to the jack, like a foot past, land the jack, or the shot bowl.
Paul thinks it's close. He's staring at it. Look at them. They're both looking at this bowl. That's because it was pretty close. It was a great effort. Maybe an 1/8 of a bowl or a 1/4 of a bowl wide.
So 2 seconds.
What do you do?
2 seconds maybe, but no back bowls.
Bit less weight, he said, just enough to push it through.
Yeah, sit and stay weight. He's close, isn't he? He's got
very
this.
Close here.
What
very
a bomb.
Close.
Oh,
Class.
There's one down, unfortunately.
That was a well played bowl. Under a lot of pressure, really. Let's watch it back on a replay. Look at this. He gets it square. He was literally, I would say, I don't know, an inch wide there, Mark. If he'd been an inch narrow, he would have sat through square.
Yeah, it was a mighty effort. And I think nice weight too for the shot. So 1 shot game now, 2 ends to go.
Unbelievable how I hit. It's great, actually. We've had 2 games. It's our second broadcast game. Both of them have been just an absolute roller coaster, Mark. It's good for the viewing, not good for the stress levels of those watching, I'm sure, but great viewing. And anything's possible. It just proves that in bowls, doesn't it?
Yeah, look, we saw last week 14-0 and 16-3, and that got turned over. And even this morning, 13-5 or something, and that got turned over. So it's good for bowls that you're never out of it.
And you can see in all of those games that the team that was trailing, they kept their tails up. You know, even in this game, we commented on it. The Mount Maunganui team was well down, but still, you know, there weren't that many signs. Obviously, there's always going to be a couple of signs of disappointment, but you looked at the team, you didn't think, oh, that's a team that feels like they've lost this game. And if you don't know you've lost it, that's a great space to start a comeback, isn't it?
Yeah, like no one dropped their head on anything that was happening, and that's pretty important to just keep your head up and just carry on trying. And that's all we can do in a game when we're behind. And I think the key thing here for the Mount is they chucked a lot of bowls in the area. That was the key. They didn't drop them short, because all the short bowls hurt, and long bowls.
That's 2 good bowls there from Nathan. And this other Nathan on his forehand. Played some pretty key shots in the last 4 or 5 ends. See if he can pull another one out of his bag of tricks.
Yeah, he's not too bad.
Good shot. On the forehand.
Here comes Rogers. Yeah, he's close here. Well, it's pretty good effort. Every bowl either past the jack or level were pretty good play. Yeah, nice work.
Yeah, good shot. Roger Hassel on his forehand.
Yeah, if Roger can drop a couple of feet of weight, he'll be very close to the jack here. And he's good. He's on a great track here, Alex.
Beautiful line. Bowl, very good first bowl. Oh, second bowl, sorry.
Yeah, no, it's almost jack level. Probably second shot.
Pull now. That one came out nice. Still might be narrow. Yeah, it's just tight on his forehand a bit. See, Roger's got Adam's bowl ready to hand it to him. You find that often in a fours team, don't you, Mark? You sort of, there's like almost a designated bowls person, bowls dispenser or something.
I think the key thing,
short of a gallop.
The key thing about that, about handing the bowl, some players don't like it handed to them because they like to go through their own process. So I know, like for me, if I'm not skipping, I don't actually, if I'm playing 3 in a team, I don't like the bowl getting handed to me. I like to just go through my own process. But some people are okay with it getting handed. So it's just down to personal preferences there.
As long as you understand, I suppose. Adam now needs to make a correction on his first one.
Oh, yeah, they've got a couple of seconds. He's attacking it. He's close. That's all, just close, I think.
Oh, beautiful effort.
And now they've got 3 or 4 seconds.
Another big moment in this game, really. And quite important that Nick puts another bowl there or thereabouts, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. Like, if he beats the back 2 red disc bowls, that will probably just do the job. Yeah, down to speed, Alex. That's all this is down to.
He's got good line.
Hurry, I think. He's got to hurry.
Oh, a little bit of mud in the eye, I suppose.
He's finishing a good home. I think Darren might play forehand for the bowl clean. If he's got 3 or 4 seconds, surely you'd play for the bowl clean. You've got the back bowl as well.
Yeah, I think that's what he'll go for. On the forehand. Giving it half a chance here, Mark. It's not going to be far away.
He's got the jack.
Not going to be far away. He's got the jack. Where's it going?
And the bounce, and he's got shot.
Good shot. Beautiful weight. To give himself more than one chance, I suppose, and Paul, just having a look at this. Look at all the bowls in front of the head. That is that's a minefield to navigate, isn't it?
And I think there's only one opposition bowl in amongst 5 here. I'm pretty sure that there's a lot of the opposition bowls there.
I'd be mildly concerned.
I think, yeah, no, they've just worked out they've only got one close. I guess the danger is if you could open up the bowl. That's the danger. If you're trying to get the shot, you might open up their bowl.
Where's the closest Mount Maunganui bowl? Is it the one at 10 o'clock?
Yeah, just one to the left of the screen.
Yeah.
And there might be a plant on the front light blue bowl, but might not be able to see that yet. But the opposition might be able to clear a bowl for them.
So that's what you're saying, is that the second shot bowl at the moment is quite nice and protected. So if Nick was to play a wrong bias here, to get rid of that bowl is nearly impossible. And the scary thing could be if Nick was to open the head up, suddenly that shot becomes potentially easier for Darren.
Yeah, so he's got to be a bit careful. Darren might even have a look, because not a lot of risk. Oh, he's played it pretty good. Oh, that at least stops them dropping anything.
Good shot. That's a good shot, really. So they, you essentially bank. Worst case scenario for the Mount Maunganui team is Darren draws a second shot. So you'd be 15-12 down, last in, last bowl. Likely, however, that it may be 14-12 last in, last bowl. We'll see what Darren can find. They're still looking at this head, so there might be something on somewhere, but so many bowls shy of the jack.
Yeah, I think if it's one, you just pick a hand and try and draw a shot, probably on the backhand somehow down through the gap between the black and the purple, hoping to miss that front bowl as well.
And the fact that the shot bowl's sitting flat makes it reasonably safe, doesn't it?
Yeah, no danger through that gap there. So where the two black disc bowled, speckled bowls are, try and get between those and land next to the shot bowl. Not an easy shot to play, clearly, but safe enough. Just safe, so. And Darren's good enough to find that gap. There's a chance. There's the first part. Here's the second part. Very close here. How about that?
This could be absolute genius from Darren Gooden.
How about that?
Tell me it made it. That was amazing.
Oh, that was outstanding.
That's not two. That's got to hurt a little bit. He couldn't have played it any better.
Yeah. Round the front, under the next, and in for two. That's what it looked like. Yeah, it's two.
Great stuff. That's class. Absolute class from Darren. We've seen some clutch bowls from that man. And taking his team to a 3-point lead here. I'm calling an extra end, Mark, because I think that'll make it most exciting.
Only for one team.
Yeah. Well, both of these teams want this to be the last end, don't they? But for different reasons.
Well, clearly the Mount would love to get 4 and not have to worry.
Oh, good stuff. So Nathan here on his forehand.
The key here for Eric's two bowls is they've got to be at least jack level or past. It's got to give his skipper 2 bowls to play with. So rather than try and fully chase it straight away, you just put the bowls in the playing area and then we work on where they land.
Absolutely. So he's on the right line. This is a good first bowl. That's a lovely first bowl.
Yep. And it doesn't matter if the opposition get one inside that. You've now got a bowl a foot to 18 inches past the jack. And if the next one goes anywhere near it, we can get 3 anytime we want. So it won't matter if this gets shot.
Second bowl. Yeah. Same bowl again from Eric Patello.
Yep. he plays similar or same, then they've got a chance for the rest of the end to make the 3 that they require.
On the right line. How's the weight
this
here?
is pretty good. Pretty good, Alec.
Good bowl.
That's just perfect now. So Roger really needs to get one between those 2 bowls. And you might even find teams talk about trying to create in games afterwards about how we create 3 without having to have the chat about it. So here, Nathan will be the same. He'll just be playing to those 2 back bowls underneath the last bowl in.
Yep.
And if he's lucky, the jack will go with his bowl and he'll be 3 up.
Needs it to hold. Needs it to hold.
Oh, that's not so good.
Yeah, unfortunate result.
The only good news from
past
that
the head.
is, yeah, the only good news is bowls past the head and alive. But he is making it a lot harder to make the 3 that they had a chance to make. And I just think he chased it a little bit too much. As you see, his bowl's about 2 or 3 metres through. He only just needed to try and draw a shot. Good bowl here from Roger. Although, a good bad one.
Oh, my goodness gracious. So that's
the old good bad one.
Oh, that's not ideal for the Paratutu team, but what a roll. It's just a roller coaster. This entire game has been a roller coaster, Mark, and this last end is maintaining that. So we now see Mark Mongan to be holding 2 if Nate can draw a 3rd shot here, which he hasn't quite done, or he has done.
No, he has.
Yeah, brilliant
no,
stuff.
he has.
Holding the 3. So they're now holding the draw.
But that's set up mainly, I mean, it's not really Roger's fault he's trailed it. It's just set up because Eric put 2 really good bowls in play. I mean, Roger could have got the full jack or could have just missed it and been in a great home. I mean, he's very unlucky with his bowl. But here's a good bowl here from Adam. That's a pretty good shot.
Yeah.
Back to 1 or 2 now.
Decisions.
So I'm thinking it's 2 if they're just trying to draw around the front red.
Everyone's getting excited as we see Paul on his forehand. We think Mount Mongan to be holding just 2. And that bowl not going to make it back, but in a handy-ish spot.
Well, it's interesting. Darren's asking for weight here. I'm hoping Darren realises this is the last end.
Yeah.
It seems like a strange shot to ask for this.
It's an unusual call. Just going clean
Well, if he was
past
to
it,
get,
it's quite good.
If he was to get the purple onto the jack, he'd be 4 down. So I'm not too sure I understand that shot at all. Unless he is 3 down already.
That must be the case, because that'd be the only reason why you would play that shot. So Paul's going to come and have a look. Maybe it is 3 there.
Well, I believe it's only 2, but it can only be 2, looking at that. And I actually think you've got to draw under that front black speckle bowl too.
Yeah.
I don't think rounds. I don't know you'll get round. You'll have to play it pretty good to get perfectly around the front bowl. So I actually think it's better inside. Might land the jack for 4.
That's what he'll be looking to do on his forehand. Let's see how close he gets.
And he's trying to get round it again. It's a tough shot to draw around that.
Yeah, just that little bit wide, a little bit heavy. 2 poor bowls. Interesting. You get the tension, isn't it? It's just rising up here. 3 the difference. Both of these teams have lost a game already, so they must win this.
So I wonder if Darren will just back himself just to play the backhand and draw like the front light blue bowl wasn't there. If he is only 2 down, because if he plays the forehand, he doesn't want to move one of the red disc bowls and open up the hand.
Yeah.
He doesn't want to play the forehand and move the front red disc, and that will create the jack trail for 4. And will make it easier to draw third. So I actually think I'd be playing the ditch hand here, just trying to miss our bowl and just touch it. Yep, that looks like what he's playing. Just trying to touch the light blue bowl or just miss it. Well, the only other good news here is he's passed. But if you're going to be chucking it, at least over is in play. So.
Yeah, and 2 bowls to come from Nick. Oh, look at this. This is good sportsmanship. Just passing a bowl to Nick. I'm always frightened they're going to throw it at me, Mark, when that happens, and that would not go well.
Or as you're about to pick it up, just let go of it. Let it hit your foot.
That'd be quite an aggressive thing to do, wouldn't it? Let's go, here you are. No.
This is a chance. He is close if he misses the front one. He has got this.
He's very close. He's got it. What a
That's
ball!
3. Well, I won't be surprised. I won't be surprised if that's 3.
That has to be 3 there. That is a very good idea.
Are we heading for an extra end?
Maybe. Darren Gooden on the backhand. Big moments in this match.
It's a better line.
How's his weight, Mark?
He's close. Darren Gooden is close. He's played a bomb. Look at this. Look at this. Oh, how did he get
Where's
through
the
that
gap? Oh, I don't understand. Well, just do the same thing again, Nick.
Well, the question is it 3 or not? Because if it's not 3, you can't play that.
Well, the way they're looking, maybe it isn't. Let's just watch this replay here. Darren Gooden on the backhand. Missed the front one, missed the back one. Yeah, you couldn't do that if you tried.
No, that was an outstanding attempt.
Perhaps it's
Clearly
only
we don't
2.
actually... if it's 3, it's easy. You're just drawing a shot. So it can't be 3. Because there'd be no conversation here if we already held 3.
Yeah,
it would be
just
just same bowl for 4. Same bowl for 4, no thinking.
So Nate saying maybe underneath the cannon that shot the second shot out.
I think
or third shot out. I wonder if they're only holding the one.
Well,
the weight would be hard to find, wouldn't it? That seems to be what they're talking about, is that blue bowl that sits at 7 o'clock to the jack is touching the bowl next to it. If you get onto that, you cannon one out. The weight you play, you might chivvy off to the right and cannon one of your own bowls out, though. So then do you play the backhand, says Nathan?
Yeah,
I don't know.
If you play the backhand really quick and get the edge of the 2 front bowls, and they both disappear, you'd hold 3.
I think that's where they might have settled.
Well, I think you'll see more of the bowl on the backhand than you will on the forehand, and there's more likely on the forehand the light blue bowl staying there, whereas on the backhand the light blue bowl will go across the head and should vanish.
Yeah,
that's what
your collision bowls. Yeah, your collision bowls are going to be less dangerous.
Yeah, and the very front bowl is not in the way. The danger here is
whistle.
There's lots of shots being suggested, and he's the one that's got to play it.
Yeah, just make a decision and stick with it, but clearly not holding the win or the draw, or he wouldn't be playing this sort of shot.
he looks unclear. I think it's Nick's bowl, and he should just go, I'm doing this, and that's the end of it.
Yeah.
Like the second we start getting 2 or 3 shots in our heads, it's quite often hard to play. So we'll see if it's forehand or it is forehand. Around the front bowl and under the other. Big weight. He doesn't like it. He's way wide.
And there we have it. Congratulations. What a game that was. And congratulations to the Paratutu team, the defending champions, Darren Gooden, Adam Collins, Roger Hassel and Nathan Gooden for defeating the Mount Maunganui team of Nick Thomsett, Paul Anderson, Nathan Arledge and Eric Patello. Before we wrap up, Mark, what are your thoughts on that game? How would you summarise it?
Oh, look, I think the Mount guys did really good hanging in there, and they didn't cave in, and in the end it was a really good game of bowls, and good to actually see. Looks like it was 2, so maybe. But yeah, all in all, I think Paratutu will be happy that they've got out of that in the end, because it looked a bit scary towards the final stages, didn't it?
Yeah, it certainly did. I think a lot of fight shown by that Mount Maunganui team, and thank you for joining me, Mark, and to those tuning in. We will be back tomorrow for 2 more games, and the women are playing out of Royal Oak tomorrow, so it's their turn to get on the broadcast rink. We'll publish those links on Facebook and on our website this evening, so don't forget to tune in tomorrow. But in the meantime, I hope everyone has a wonderful evening, and we'll sit back, relax, and enjoy highlights from that second broadcast match.
Brilliant. Thanks, Brendan.
Think age is just a number. Love the life you choose at Somerset Retirement Villages.